Like a proclamation out prior to the meeting. Martin, how are you doing today? Good. All right. Those in the room can just listen in for just a minute, and we'll get you back to your chit chat here in just for a second before we start our meeting. But we have a proclamation tonight to recognize Fair Housing Month here in Pearland. So whereas the Department of Housing and Urban Development has initiated the sponsorship of activities during the month of April, coming up on us, each year designed to reinforce the department's commitment to the concept of fair housing and equal opportunity. And whereas the federal government has put forth objectives in support of fair housing and equal opportunity, and whereas the city of Pearland recognizes the importance of fair houses and equal opportunity and supports efforts by both businesses and government to further these objectives, and whereas the city of Pearland, Texas affirmatively supports federal objectives related to fair housing, I, Kevin Cole, by the power invested in me by the mayor of the city of Pearland, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month, and just ask everybody to recognize this in private organizations, to join activities to further fair housing in our community. And so with this, it's given under my hand and seal for this day, the 28th day of March, 2022. There you go. I need a stool. Anyway, so with that, Martin, do you have anything to say real quick?
The only thing I'll add, Mayor, is that we do have a home repair program that is housed within community development. So if you know anyone that is in need of home repair that may be below a certain level of income or over a certain age threshold, reach out through your churches, your neighborhood centers, the organizations like that, and then get in touch with community development. We'll see what we can do to help.
Sounds good. And so if you know of anyone, let us know. We certainly want to help people in time of need. Thank y'all, and we'll start our meeting right here promptly at 6:30. Thanks. All right, we will call to order this regular city council meeting for Monday, March 28th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. If you'll please all rise, we will have an invocation by Councilmember Perez, followed by pledges to both of our flags by Councilmember Campbell.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, help us guide through our decisions tonight. Help us make the decisions that represent what's best for all those involved, for our community, for our citizens. Please help protect all of the soldiers that are working for us abroad, all of the first responders that are working for us locally. And please help protect all of those around the world that are struggling as war comes to their doorsteps. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. All right, very good. As we move forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of a quorum. I will certify that we do have a quorum and all members are present. Before we move to citizens' comments, I'd just like to make one announcement. We do have our next Talk of the Town or Town Hall this Wednesday. So if you want a sneak peek at the new library on Shadow Creek Parkway, come on out. We'll be giving tours around 6 o'clock. And at 7 o'clock, we'll have a good, informative discussion. It's going to be focused around partnerships with our county and others. And so we'd welcome you to come on out. We will have an opportunity for question and answers as well. So please come out and enjoy this new asset that's coming to our community. The actual grand opening is April the 9th. So like I said, you get a little sneak peek before it's open to the public. Moving forward, Mayor Pro Tem, we have citizens' comments. I do know we've got some that are general, but most are on a specific item.
Mayor, surprise, surprise, we have no general comments.
Okay. Sounds good. Then we will move forward. And as your agenda item comes up, we will be sure to call on you for that specific agenda item, bring you up, and we'll talk about the rules and the clocks and all that kind of stuff as we move forward. So with that, new business item number 1. We'll start with Councilmember Orlando. Would you please place that on the table, please?
Sure, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, second and final reading of ordinance number 2000M-222. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And before we go too far, I do want to draw your attention to the agenda because there's 2 items immediately after this. If this item passes on its second reading, we will move into those public hearings. If for any reason it's declined on that second reading, we will waive. There's no need to do the 2 public hearings because they're addressing the comp plan and the transportation thoroughfare plan. So just want to call your attention to that. So with that, we'll turn to staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So for tonight, as discussed, we have approval on the table for a zone change from the heavy industrial zoning district to a new planned development district. This planned development district would take in several tracts of land located west of Main Street and east of the railroad tracks, and then to the north and south of Bailey Road. Shown on the screen right now are the aerial and location maps indicating that it's about 40 acres north of Bailey and just over 70 acres south of Bailey Road. All of this property is currently zoned heavy industrial, and then it is also within the light industrial zone or light industrial future land use category. But again, as you stated, there is an item afterwards for considering this or changing this to a medium density residential On the screen right now is the Thoroughfare Plan, which shows a major collector to be acquired through this property. And again, we have a plan in place should this move forward. So I wanted to start off this conversation by showing what the original plan was. The original design plan proposed a recreation center in the middle of a group of single-family residential types of development. We have R3, R4, and townhome developments to be located within this development. Primarily, the detention was captured south of Bailey Road, and there was a model home park off of Main Street. This is the revised consideration. You can see that they have moved the detention volume, or some of the detention volume, north of Bailey Road, so that way they could accommodate the 330-foot buffer that was discussed through the fire memo that was sent out. Additionally, there is a new park that's located on the very north tip of this section of the subdivision. So to point out some of the changes that have taken place in between the original and the revised plan, we have a new park that is located within the townhome section on the lower right of the screen. As mentioned, we have the removal of the model home park, making way for additional townhome lots. And then we have the removal of the rec center, which also allowed for additional lots. On the fencing plan, we'll see that they did change some of the fencing to an 8-foot AFTEC fencing, or there's both a 6-foot and an 8-foot AFTEC fencing, as opposed to the precast solution that was originally presented. Some of the things that are to note on this plan in particular is the wall placement of the detention, or the wall placement against the lots as opposed to being on the rail side. This is an 8-foot wall that is behind single-family lots that has access for a fishing pier from this little this walking path. It's a little odd of a feeling to have an 8-foot wall immediately behind you when normally you would expect for these residential lots to take advantage of the amenity that they have in their backyard. Additionally, on the southern border here, we have a 8-foot wall that is separating the residential buffer from the industrial. Staff has concerns about this wall placement and that it may end up becoming a maintenance issue because the wall is separating the buffer from the rest of the subdivision. Additionally, on the open space amenities and trail plan, you can see that they are providing a trail along a portion of the detention pond to the north and the majority of the detention pond to the south. The big change in between what was previously discussed and what is before you today is that they have added in the 10-foot trail for the southern side of Bailey, which meets the Parks Master Trail Plan. This is a section view of the north and south detention and the rear lot buffer. Again, you can see the wall on the outside of that buffer instead of being on the inside of the development. This document shows the zoning for each of the sections of property. It matches very clearly with what was shown in the design plan. So to summarize, staff has been on this journey for quite a while and has presented the case to the City Council through the regular meeting on January 10th, discussing how the project did not meet the criteria for approval, but that the Planning and Zoning Commission had a favorable recommendation. The City Council, with Mayor Cole placing the tie-breaking vote, voted to approve the requested zone change by a vote of 4-3. We've been on this journey to establish a new place for 360 to 455 lots for future Pearland residents. This journey from the workshop to the final reading, we have to ask ourselves, what quality of life are we guaranteeing for the residents? As you can see through the table that's on the screen right now, we're adding an additional 90 units that were not previously considered in the first reading. It's an additional 50 townhomes, 35 R4 lots, and 10 R3 lots, with the additional open space or additional common space, trails, and parks coming from the additional land at the edges of the property. One thing I'd like to point out that I feel makes a stark contrast, and is a contrast that has been drawn because it has the same engineer and the same home builder, is that the Alexander Burns tract and the Baker's Landing have vastly different amenities that are proposed. The amenities are copied directly from what was provided in the packet. You can see Table 7 is both a quantifiable and specific to where those amenities will be placed. While the only deviation being sought are the townhome lot widths, shouldn't there be more to a planned development that couldn't be handled under conventional zoning? Previously, we've discussed how the PD fails to meet the criteria for establishment. We should use the PD as a tool to help elevate property to its fullest potential. If residential is the property's fullest potential, then shouldn't there be specifics in place to require that elevation, such as the anti-monotony for home design, residential building materials, and minimum size of structure like that of Baker's Landing? With that, staff concludes their report.
All right, thank you, Martin. With that, we will move to citizens. I believe we have 5 requests to speak. Mayor Pro Tem.
We do indeed have 5, Mayor. You are correct. First, we have Russ Wilkins. If you would please make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the purpose of the record. And we'll have a 3-minute timer up there for you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Russ Wilkins. I represent in this case right here is R4 Resources, 8511 Industrial Drive, own property on that street. And I was just here. I've been to the P&Z meeting and spoke there. I spoke at the first reading, and now this is my 3rd speech here. It's not, I don't have a lot prepared. I'm just going to state some facts. You have zonings in the city for a reason. I always don't agree with them, but I abide by them. We have consultants that say we need zonings in this city. They're for a reason. I don't understand why we're ignoring that. We're not going from Baker's Landing from general commercial to residential. We're going from M2 to residential. That is a giant leap. All the zoning that's around the nation has buffer zones, and they're there for a reason. I don't understand why we're ignoring that. I don't understand why, as most of y'all on city council, I'm just going to guess political affiliation. I'm not going to state it. I'm going to say, if asked the question, are you pro-business, y'all would say yes. So I don't understand why we want to ignore the businesses that have invested in the industrial area based on M2 zoning. Why we want to just completely ignore that. When the facts are, we can get more property value out of an industrial area, out of a business, than we ever will with residential. you have to meet, if I'm not mistaken, and city staff can correct me, $350,000 average price to break even on city services. That's fine. Let's say you sell them for $375. Great. You made a little money maybe. But the potential, as Clay and some of the other individuals with city staff and Matt Buchanan will tell you, the potential for inventory tax is unbelievable. So I don't understand why city council can go through this motion and not ask the question, what have we done to sell the property in industrial? Are we going to take somebody's word on it, or are we going to vet it and see? I've been driving down that road since 2005, and I don't ever think I've seen a for sale sign on it. And I got 30 seconds. There is a mobile home park, or not a park, but a business there. I believe they refurbish mobile homes. What are we going to do with them? I feel sorry for that person that owns that business if you're going to surround them by residents. I've done this before on Magnolia when I worked at a place before, and they make calls, and I understand it. How are you going to handle that? Are you just going to tell them, oh, well, they were here first? No, y'all are on the city council, so you're going to try to make right and do what and call the city and weigh city services and responding to things. Thank you very much. I respect y'all's time, and good luck with y'all's decision.
Thank you. Next, Mayor, we have Daryl Eisenberg. If you would, please make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the record. And we'll have that 3-minute timer up there for you as well. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank y'all. My name's Daryl Eisenberg. I live at 1406 Silver Maple Lane. I typically don't get up here and say anything. I'm usually more of a one-on-one type guy. I've talked to every one of y'all at some point in time on city council, talked to our attorneys, our secretaries, our other individuals and stuff when I have questions. The one thing that's bothered me most about this, and I understand that the business's concerns and stuff, but that property stayed out there and there's been no activity on it. I've heard that the EDC has looked at a couple of things on it, but nothing ever got to the owner. So that's nobody ever being serious about it. I think that somebody that owns a piece of property has a right to try to do something with it. I've been on city council, I've been on planning and zoning for a total of 10 years, whether it was ZBA, P&Z, and never have I seen so many obstacles thrown up in front of a piece of property. It seemed like every time that we started a direction, we got something else put in front of them. Look, I'm guilty of this. I try to do my due diligence when serving on planning and zoning. I try to take it very seriously. I try to do the best for what would be best for our citizens. But to come up with aftermath after people go in there and get hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in a piece of property, and then we come up with things that, no, we don't want it because we got to have this, then we got to have that. To me, that's just not right. Whether you agree with planning and zoning or not, it's not right. I would like for us to go back to the old way where we listen to it together. City council and P&Z, we listened to it at one time. I understand the reason for it. We did away with it because of COVID. We did away with it because of length of the meetings that ran. But if you really stop and look at it, don't we owe it to the citizens to get it right and to hear it from at the same time so we all can sit there and interject our viewpoints? And the one thing that I'm going to do going forward, I'm going to make sure that if we've got objections to a project, that we get it out there in the beginning so these developers and stuff, and that's including our business people, they don't go in there and they invest a lot of time and money in a project, and in the end, we sit there and tell them no. I thank y'all for y'all's time. And I really appreciate the work that y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Mayor, we have Tom Mckenna. If you would please make your way to the podium. Okay. Got it. So, Mayor, the other two that were signed up, Clayton and Jacob, you're also representatives. Okay, so Mayor, if you would like to give them their time for the applicant.
Okay. Well, it's not a public hearing, so we're right into questions and comments from council. Obviously, we have public hearings potentially after this, but if we have questions, we'll certainly call on you to address that. So with that being said, we've had the staff report and citizens' comments. We'll open it up to council for questions, comments, concerns. With that, who's got something to say? Woody?
Yeah, appreciate it, Mayor. No, as it is, I'm for this project to take place. I know the understanding of the industrial and what have you. But, you know, most of that area out there, we've been hoping for a long time to have something to come to pass that we could use it on the industrial, but it has not done that. And I don't think anything has happened in 48 years, I believe is the number on there. So I think this will be a good development here. And you know, we only got so much land left in the city, Pearland we use, and most of it's going to be maybe smaller areas, but infill type work. And so this gives us an opportunity to get more revenue in the city, to have a good development, something positive to take place. And, you know, I think after 48 years, if nothing's happened, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it may surprise me tomorrow morning. I don't know, but that's the way I feel about it today, that I'm for moving forward on this project as it is.
All right. Member Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. So, addressing a couple of things. First, on the applicant's presentation. I appreciate y'all making the adjustments as we discussed in the last meeting. I was an advocate of moving the detention pond up against the rail line, so there's a greater buffer. I think that makes for greater development and a more pleasant environment for the people who eventually live here. Once it's developed and y'all moved on, we will take responsibility for making sure that these the citizens who, if this passes, lives here, have a pleasant experience living here. Russ, I'm just going to address you directly. I respect the hell out of you. I've known you for a long time, and I think everything you said is they're all solid points. I can just tell you that I have personally advocated for this area to be developed industrial, and I personally brought industrial developers to these areas and said, what can we do to get you here? Advocating for us to try and incentivize it through UDC funds. Ultimately, no matter the size of the developer, no matter how much money that they had to invest in it, no matter how much we were willing to offer, at least the ones that I talked to, which is probably not the best cross-section. There's more out there than the ones that I've worked with or that I know, but they all just said that they couldn't make it work. They thought it was too far away from the airport. They really didn't have good highway access, and there was just too much other land that was available roughly for the same price or cheaper. They just couldn't get anybody to get excited about it, and I tried. So I think it's a solid point. We should work hard to make sure that this turned over as we intentionally zoned it. But I think that at least I feel comfortable that either this is going to be a residential zone or it's going to be vacant land. I just don't think it's going to turn over to industrial. That's my personal opinion. But I think you made solid points, and I think you probably deserve answers for you and the other people who are going to end up neighboring this. But that's really why I'm going to vote for it, is because I just don't think that we can get the industrial there. If we do, it may take 30 or 40 years for us to get there. At least that's what I believe. You're right that the zoning is there for a reason. We intentionally zoned this as industrial because we thought this was towards the south of the city, kind of the back of house of the city. That's a great place to have commercial industrial uses. It just really wasn't working out that way. The school got there, the school went there, the houses on the other side of the street, up the street, all of that really were developing and really informed us that the industrial zone, at least as I see it, just wasn't really, this really didn't turn out as we originally wanted it to be. So nobody did anything wrong. We thought it was the best use at the time, but as the market develops, as land sells to those who are interested in developing it, the market told us that they just didn't want it to be industrial. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as being not just pro-business, but pro-landowner, and pro-advocacy for the city, for us to increase the quality of our of what we have to offer, which I think this is quality development. I think we have to be flexible. And so that, again, just addressing your questions directly, because they were all valid and they all deserved an answer. That's why I'm going to vote for it. And so I think in the rec center, I don't have a headache with, because I don't think it doesn't seem that they're much used anymore in new developments. Those rec centers are not quite the amenity that they used to be. Most people aren't going to them. Most of the people don't even want to have yards anymore, which is just odd to me, but it's just what sells. So I think I'm okay with the land plan. They've got the buffers, they've got the fencing. I agree with staff. There's some maintenance things that we'll have to get ahead of once we get the approval. Make sure that these buffer areas that may be behind the fence are properly maintained, and we've got some security, that we're not going to have something that's not going to be attractive for the people who were there first. So that's all I have to say, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Little?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. I was in favor of this at the first reading. I haven't changed my position. I like the changes that were made to the tracks. I'll still be in favor of it. I think one of the primary reasons is that the landowner deserves to benefit from his ownership of his property, and it's been in the family for decades, and they've not been able to use it because of the current zoning. So I will be in favor of this development.
All right. Councilmember Campcar?
Yes. Pardon me, sorry. Hi, Josh, can we pull up the agenda item? I just want to add some context here, and then we'll keep it moving, if that pleases the council. I think it's page 9 of the memorandum. It's a Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation. I think we're too far. I think it's page 9. Somewhere close to that. Maybe a little before that.
Right before, right there.
A little bit, yeah, keep going. A little bit.
Right there.
A little bit before that. No, you're closer on the other page. All right, let's go slightly above this. All right, there we go. All right, stop right there. This is a contentious item. There is business interest, there's neighborhood interest, there's landowner interest. As somebody who works in this land development space, I am attuned to all of these things and have various input. I need to get this out of the way. Just for the record, I have no business dealings with D.R. Horton. I know Ernie professionally. Don't sell lots to him. He doesn't buy from me. I know Ernie, great guy, but we just don't have professional relationships. So I just want to clarify that for the record. This item was a contentious 3-2 item. These P&Z items are usually a lot more definitive than that. It was contentious here. Can we roll just a few more pages down? I'd like to get to the first reading vote. There we go. So this item was a 4-3 vote. The mayor cast the tie-breaking vote, and we had 6 members. This has been contentious throughout. There's not 7 people that all agree on this. There's not 7 people on the other side that think it's all bad. We are in a situation right now where housing is becoming unattainable. And so for that, I give Ernie and D.R. Horton a lot of credit. They are going to put housing on the ground, and people need that. But there are considerations of what a city wants to be. As a home rule city, we get to decide. I appreciate the landowner, and they have their rights and responsibilities, but we as a home rule city get to decide the city that we want to be. We have gone out of our way to move areas around on this map to accommodate business, and we're essentially throwing that out the window. And the reality is this process is screwed up because we really should go look at the whole corridor. There's probably 1,000 acres there, and go look at the zoning all the way top to bottom. And if we just don't want industrial, we need to have the discussion. It's not industrial and be done. It's not fair to the landowner. It's not fair to Ernie, who's made all these changes, and D.R. Horton, and the ball keeps moving on them. So I'd like to point out the bottom of this graph real quick. There is more housing here, more acreage devoted to that, more lots. There is a little more common space than 3.7 acres. Detention is a little bit less. I don't know why that is. I'm going to assume that that's been vetted on its face. The issues that I have haven't changed about us essentially doing contract zoning for this. The issues around traffic. We're about to find out this big experience in 2 years. This experiment, is this going to cause more traffic? I hope it doesn't. That being said, I have been consistent. I was in the nose on this. I appreciate Ernie and their effort. They have gone further beyond this. And I want to make one comment for the staff. It is Bush League to change the rules on these guys. At other cities that I go to, you have a meeting with the fire marshal. He's part of that meeting. You have a meeting with all the different vested parties. They do not pull the rug out. And that's what happened. And I want to just be very clear. I agree with P&Z Commissioner Eisenberg. That is not the way to do business. We have an anti-business stigma, and it shows up in stuff like this. I do not appreciate it. It makes us all look bad. If you're just going to say we don't want this here, then just say in a memorandum like this, we're not supportive and be done. It's really, really unfair to everybody in this process. It wastes time, money, and energy, and it's just plain disrespectful. So I'm not moving off of this. I'm generally not supportive of this. I apologize. This thing is probably going to move forward. But the teams that worked on this, I appreciate your effort. The accommodation of the 300 feet is not a small thing. But it's been done, and they're still here, and I have to respect that. So thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Councilmember. We'll move on. Councilmember Hernandez.
I'm assuming that if the other votes haven't changed, people want to really know what I think about this, since I'll be taking your vote, Mayor.
And just for the record, at the time I voted yes is because you had told me you were in favor of this at the time.
Yes,
so
sir.
I thought it was fair to move it
appreciate that.
forward and get it to the second vote.
Well, I did not know that, but I greatly appreciate that. I was in favor. I still am in favor of this. To the points that Member Kamkar just made, I think that the changing of the rules of throwing, whatever hurdles we can in the way is been cause for a lot of frustration, particularly because, when we were looking at our priorities, again, we do talk often about being business friendly. To some of the comments that were made, though, about, trying to find, I guess, uses that would bring more value, I find it really difficult to think that my role, and I guess to a larger extent our role, is to think in terms of what brings the city the most money. I think really we should be thinking about the property owners first and foremost, and thinking that we should create an environment where we encourage them to develop as long as it's not creating a burden on the city. We should be there to support development. I really struggle with that because I know there are certain uses where, if you watch our meetings, you've heard me say, this is just one of my carve-outs. And I do have a couple carve-outs for types of businesses, if you will, developments, that I don't think really fit here in our community. And a lot of that is born out of feedback, direct feedback from residents. With this, though, I haven't heard any feedback, negative feedback, I guess, from the people that I guess I normally communicate with. But what I have heard, and Member Kamkar also brought this forward, both from individuals as well as associations that I think, keep a constant line of communication open with me, is that there is a shortage of housing. And I think some of the more recent numbers coming out, we're looking at predicting potentially a 25% downturn in the market moving forward. There's going to be probably even more shortages with the increase in interest rates and making it harder to get, loans. And so I look at this, and I've said this multiple times up here. I sometimes, since I sold my house a couple years ago, look at Pearland and think, there is no place for me to live in this city. There is no inventory. There is no housing that is appropriately priced for somebody like me. So when I see something like this come forward, I don't see it as necessarily a detriment. I see it as something that's going to benefit the city and benefit, I think, the people that are in my demographic. So that's where I am. Just again, I'll reiterate, a big part of this is that point that was made, again, trying to think about how to maximize the value for the city. It's just not a really compelling argument to me. I do think that we should encourage that, and we have a phenomenal economic development corporation that goes out and tries to recruit businesses to come in and do just that. But I think that being the primary driver for us to say yes or no to someone, who's coming before us saying, look, I'm trying to derive benefit from this investment that either I made or my parents made, or even my grandparents made. We've had people come in here that are multiple generations down the line that can't derive benefit from land that their family made this investment. So that for that very purpose, I just really struggle with that. And I don't think it should be about how we can benefit the city's bank account as much as I think it should be that we should benefit the landowners and do that to, again, as long as it's not a burden on the community, on the city. I'm for it. So I appreciate you shedding light on the impetus behind your vote, Mayor, and my opinion has not changed on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. I can count to 4, so I'll make it quick. I guess you can argue you're pro-business on either side of this. I'm pro-business that's here, that's on industrial. I'll be a no vote again. As been said by Daryl and others, it's disheartening there was a letter that came out from staff said they didn't like it, but then they followed up by bringing the fire department in and then the latest memos from PD. So, I feel like we're throwing every department at this, but we still have the votes up here, so it's going to pass. I don't like the location and changing it from industrial to residential, but I like less. And whether it's staff's intent or not, it's just the appearance. The appearance stinks to high heaven. I don't think anybody has an ill will, but man, this one has a really bad perception. That's all I'll say.
All right. Member Orlando?
Thank you. I can also count to 4. So I just want to list out a few points, especially as we move forward, and appreciate you bearing with me as I lose my voice.
You got a rough wedding this weekend.
Yeah. So I agree with a lot of what has been said and have articulated that we need to give clear guidance. I respect Paul Groman. I respect Gromax and their relationship with the city of Pearland over the years. And I am sensitive to the concerns that have been shared here and have been shared with me about how that has gone. And I think we can address that, and we have to address that to make this process more streamlined and clear going forward. As a city councilman, though, I have to have a broader vision and a long-term plan for the city. And so we're about to talk about our strategic priorities that we came up with as a council later on today. One of the biggest ones that we had collectively and that I have personally is that we want to shift the tax burden off of homeowners and onto businesses, industrial companies. And what you look at when you go to other communities, you go to Sugar Land, for instance, they have significantly a higher concentration of high value businesses, commercial properties. And so they can have a much lower tax rate and they bring in more money than we do because it is on a higher value of properties. And so Pearland, compared to some of these other communities, is relatively residential. And that means we pay a much higher rate. Go look at our tax rate compared to Sugar Land. Yeah, I don't have to tell you. I just wrote a check that I was not happy about. But the way to fix that, we're not, 70% of our budget is police and fire. We're not going to change that by there's not all this money out there that we're going to go and cut. And I don't think anybody up here wants to raise your tax rate either. So the only other option is to increase the value that you're applying that tax rate to so that you can lessen that tax rate, not just on the existing businesses, but especially what's important to me, on homeowners. And so that's been a stated priority. We're going to vote on that priority tonight. And I want to push back a little bit on Member Hernandez. This isn't just about throttling up a number on a spreadsheet. How high is the assessed value of the city of Pearland? This is about, is Pearland an affordable place that people can live in and not be taxed out of their homes? Is this a place that has the economic opportunities. And so it's not just and I think that's a philosophical disagreement that we have, and I think it's sincerely held by Member Hernandez. But I think there are more important considerations. We're a city than just let's let people do whatever they want on property that they have. So I want to push back on that. This is an important thing about making Pearland an affordable place for people, and this is the best lever that we have to do that. And this is going to make that really hard. Again, I can count to 4. But this immediately takes 20% of our heavy industrial land off the table. That's our most high intensity use. It actually will take more because some of the discussions we heard tonight. Other folks are not going to want to develop industrial around that type of land. And so we actually have, in some of our executive sessions, prospects who are in talks of coming to this corridor who have said, we don't want to come to this corridor if this is there. And those properties are in the same ballpark of the value of this entire development. There's been this discussion like, we're not going to have any intense development on 35. Pearland ISD's biggest taxpayer ever, the entire taxpayer across all of Pearland ISD, just went in across from the high school on Highway 35 within the last few years. So it's a vacant lot until it's not, and then it's providing tremendous value for, again, not just on a balance sheet, but giving our teachers and kids the resources they need to have one of the best education systems in the state. And so this is us going against our stated objectives. I think this is ultimately what Member Kamkar said. It's contract zoning. Somebody has a contract. They want us to change the zoning. They have the relationships. We change it against the objections and contradictions with our plans. And despite my reservations about how some of this process went, despite my affection and respect for some of the parties involved, I think for the long-term success of our city, I want to be clear. I want it to be publicly stated that I think that we have to be more strategic than that. And so I will continue to oppose this, but will, as it moves forward, support every initiative to make it in the best interest for the people of Pearland as possible. But if we want to be serious, not just rhetorically, if we want to be serious about shifting the burden off of homeowners, these are the kind of decisions that really shape our ability to be able to do that in the future. And that has to be made very clear.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do want to ask a question of our legal counsel because 2 members have raised the topic of contract zoning. Contract zoning is actually illegal. We can't do that. So, Mr. Coker, would you weigh in on contract zoning in this case?
Well, just simply stated, I mean, I think it's indicated that that's being addressed through the subsequent actions that are taking place tonight. You'll notice that we have 2 public hearings scheduled. One is for the Thoroughfare Plan and one is for the future land use plan. And so those changes, I think it was indicated earlier this evening, if this was approved, then those changes are being done to address that because it is changing the zoning and character of this area. And so those changes would be made to address that. So, but contract zoning is always a concern. If we were not to make those changes, there would be a greater concern on that end.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Kamkar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-3.
All right. With that, we'll move to public hearing number 1. If Martin, are you presenting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you would place the stated reason for the public hearing and then move into your staff report. And are we the applicant as well?
This first one is the Thoroughfare Plan.
Correct.
So the applicant is LJA.
Okay. Thank you.
So as stated, this is a public hearing, a request by Katy Harris, LJA Engineering Incorporated, applicant on behalf of Melissa Burns and Judd's Food Stores Incorporated Owners for approval of amendment to the city's Thoroughfare Plan in order to accommodate a proposed planned development district for residential development on several tracts of land totaling approximately 110.127 acres to the legal description as noted, and then the general location. The subject property is bounded by the railroad tracks on the west and by Main Street, State Highway 35 on the east, and divided by Bailey Road. So as discussed, this is an amendment to the Thoroughfare Plan. Currently, this is our Thoroughfare Plan in full. The area that we will be looking into is this area north and south of Bailey Road. The current Thoroughfare Plan shows major collector street to come in just south of the existing industrial property that would hook into Bailey Road, and then south of Bailey Road would be extended into Industrial Drive. The applicant is proposing to remove and realign this collector street, remove the section south of Bailey Road and realign where the collector street would eventually connect into. The Planning and Zoning Commission conducted a public hearing for the proposed plan amendment at their regular meeting on March 7th. After discussion with the applicant, the commission voted to approve with Chair Fuertes recusing himself from the discussion with a vote of 5-0. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Martin. We'll move to the applicant's presentation. Ms. Katy.
Good evening. My name is Katy Harris with LJA Engineering, 3600 West Sam Houston Parkway, Houston, Texas, Suite 600, 77042. I don't really have a presentation. This was for the previous PD request if you had any specific questions for that, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the Major Thoroughfare Plan Amendment.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. And might just kind of hang out and see if we've got any questions as we move forward. Moving forward in the public hearing, time for the public to weigh in for or against this proposed Thoroughfare Plan Amendment. Anyone wishing to speak could go and speak at the podium. You get 3 minutes. Give me your name and address. Second request for those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. Seeing no one moving in that direction, we'll move to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns. Anyone? Member Kamkar?
For the staff, in the TIA that's referenced, are they using scenario 1 or scenario 2? Who's in the write-up?
Raj Fuel.
Councilman Kamkar, I need to check that before I can answer that.
I believe it's number 2.
I really don't want to belabor this point, but the scenario 2 analysis from the traffic impact is close to about 400 vehicle trips in the evening, 450 in the morning. Is that roughly a line? Is that correct?
Clayton, can you? He's our engineer.
All good.
Good evening. My name is Clayton Wyson with LJA Engineering. And to answer your point, yes, it's about that range. I don't have the report with me, but yeah, we stay within that 4 to 450 vehicles per day.
I just want to be illustrative of the concerns going the last one. My concern is not what will the product look like, not what will be. It's just you're putting more traffic counts on that road next to a high school. We have to be comfortable with that result. You know, I was not for this, but you know, you have a TIA. We asked for a TIA, it got done. So I'm appreciative of that. Not happy with the result, but we are where we are. Thank you guys for putting that together.
Any other questions, comments? I guess Clayton, real quick, just to answer that that question or comment. Generally speaking, industrial, we don't know the user for an industrial project here. Generally speaking, does industrial bring a higher or lower traffic count than residential?
In this case, it would be a higher count. We were given parameters by the city to use a per acre for this type of development for industrial. In this case, it would have been higher.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Member Carbone?
Is that normally done? Do we request a consultant to run it in two different ways?
No. Typically, we'll run it for our development and just to make sure we mitigate our impacts. But in this case, since we were rezoning, it was requested by staff.
I don't know. That just seems like another, whatever you want to call it.
Is there in that report, there's a signal, I'm assuming, going in. Is there a timing of when that is being requested? Is that on the front end, or is that at some point in phase 1, 2, or 3?
No, there's no signal. We're not proposing a signal for the Bailey Road, for our tie-ins to Bailey Road. We are providing a series of turn lanes. And we are also building one lane of Bailey Road that is going to be proposed in the future.
Yeah, y'all are getting a real great deal here.
And, I mean, and the reason for that is we're too close to the certain signal and for the bridge for the site distance.
That's going to be interesting.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote. Oh, wait a minute, we're not, sorry. We'll move to new business item. Member Carbone, would you place that on the table, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, first reading of Thoroughfare Plan Amendment Ordinance 1517-4. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report and applicant's presentation. We'll move forward to the vote. Madam Secretary.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, moving forward to public hearing number 2. Tee up. Martin, public hearing, a request to Katy Harris, LJA Engineering, Inc., applicant on behalf of Melissa Burns and Judd's Food Stores, Inc., owners for approval of amendment to the land use plan and accommodate a proposed planned development district for residential development on roughly 110 acres. With that, we'll move to staff report.
Thank you, sir. Again, this is for approval of amendment to the land use plan to go from light industrial to medium density residential. Currently, the future land use plan is shown. You can see light industrial both north and south of this property. Attached is the proposal to take the light industrial to medium density residential, which would allow for this project to move forward.
All right, thank you. We'll move to applicant's presentation. Ms. Harris?
Katy Harris, LJA Engineering. Again, I don't have a presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you for that. Moving forward in the public hearing, wishing to hear from those in favor or against this proposed request, go to the podium, give your name and address. 3 minutes to speak. Second request for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move to City Council for questions, comments, concerns. Member Perez?
Thank you, Mayor. John, when do we have the comprehensive plan up for reevaluation? I know it's coming up.
We're currently working on that. We're hoping to have it late summer back to council.
Okay. I think, obviously this is spurring the necessity for this more immediately, but I think one of the things we discussed in the past and one of the things we'll need to highlight is whether we need to reevaluate this entire area to see if residential or different uses are more appropriate based on what the market's telling us. So I think this is a good stopgap based on what we've done tonight, but we do want to reevaluate the entire corridor, part of that.
Yes, sir, we'll do that.
Thank you for your time and effort on this.
Member Kamkar?
Thank you, Mayor. John, did that charrette thing, is that kind of accomplishing some of that, or is that a whole different process in terms of changing over some of these uses?
That helps provide information on where we're going. Obviously, this area was identified as industrial in our charrettes. So as we move forward with this project now being approved, we'll see how that affects what's on the plan now and what would need to be changed due to the less likelihood of industrial in certain areas now.
I would just advocate what Member Perez has said, and let's accelerate that process. We're sending a big blaring green light. We're changing all this. It's all going to go residential. I don't understand that there would probably be a lot of industrial users that want to be in and around this once this changes over. So I would just say, let's do this process. Let's get on with it. We're putting the cart before the horse in this instance, but I'd like us to just get past this so the P&Z can have clear guidance. We can have clear guidance because we're having a cognitive dissonance between what is there now and what needs to be there because we're changing. So I want to get that process moving as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Cole, if I could, I just want to clarify. Earlier, you had asked a question, legal input. Did you ask about contract zoning or spot zoning? I just wanted
Contract zoning.
Contract zoning. Okay. My comments are really more aimed at spot zoning. And to answer your question, even on the contract zoning side, contract zoning is more of a quid pro quo. We'll zone it this way if you do this. And that's generally not allowed. It's generally prohibited under common law in Texas. But I also want to indicate that we do have a provision in our UDC, which you are familiar with, which this is going through for a plan development. And that is the case here, which does allow for some give and take and some negotiations to take place as part of that process. So in this particular case, am I concerned about any contract zoning? The answer to that would be no.
Okay. Thank you Thank you.
Thank you for letting me clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Coker.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to make a couple clarifications real quick on some items that were talked about on the TIA real quick. One is there was 2 scenarios run, but those scenarios associated were with the housing development and then what the manufacturing component was behind it. And show the comparison if we do a rezoning to change this out, what the impacts are associated with those two. So there is not just 1 or 2 scenarios. It was just 2 different run cycles. And when you're talking about wanting to do a thoroughfare plan change in a minute, we need to show what those differences are going to be. So it's not outside the norm to ask that question. So I just wanted to clarify that for my staff on that behalf.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote. Oh, excuse me. I'm just getting ahead of myself all over tonight. We'll close this public hearing. Move to new business item number 3. Mayor Pro Tem, would you place that on the table, please?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Consideration possible action, first reading of Land Use Plan Amendment Ordinance 1517-5. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report and questions and comments from council. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Little. Aye. Member Perez.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Orlando.
Aye.
Member Carbone. Aye. Member Kamkar.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, moving forward in our agenda, consent agenda, we have items A through E. Member Kamkar, would you place items A through E on the table, please? Well, has anybody asked for anything to be removed? I haven't had anything sent to me. Nobody has anything. So with that, Member Kamkar, would you place that on the table, please?
So consent agenda
A through E.
A through E, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Kamkar.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Little. Aye. Member Perez.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Orlando.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, now new business continued. Item number 4. Member Little, would you place item 4 on the table, please?
Is everything on that?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R 2022-58. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Back in February, you met on a Saturday and dedicated many hours to a work session that was great discussion on some strategic priorities and goals. That's really a springboard from last year's work along the same lines. So this was in many ways a refresh and update to that work. And the resolution before you formalizes that in terms of putting on the record the council's work and goals so that we can look at those and hold ourselves to those and mark progress and align our future budgeting and other initiatives towards that. So it's your work product. It's a product, the reportings from the consultant. And then we also put together a nice table, if you will, of the initiatives and the strategic priorities that follow those. Nothing to add.
All right, thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from council?
Mayor, I will just, for the people that are here, this is the second time that we've done this, and it was something that I asked your predecessor, Mayor Reed, about, and he said, we got a new mayor coming, and I think he's going to do a fine job, in Mayor Reed's fashion, as he says. And you did, heard the cats and got us in a room, and we went forward with this. I was really looking forward to this the first time we did it. I think we came out of that room a stronger council, and I think this took that to the next level, made us even stronger in our unified vision. I know there are probably still some points where we can nitpick as far as
always.
Yeah, but I think we definitely understand each other better, which I think was my primary intent, was to better understand my fellow council members, and whenever I have anything before me, I can consider what their input would be based off of these strategic sessions that we have. And so I just wanted to thank not just you, but all of my fellow council members for participating in this. This is, like I said, the second time, hopefully not the last time. I really feel like I personally gained something from each one of these sessions that we do. And so just wanted to say thank you to council for all of your input on this.
Yeah, thank you for that. It on the outside looking in, as a candidate and just as a citizen, watching, it just seemed to me over some amount of time that we just needed to make sure that council and staff were on the same page. The council is looking at the vision and the strategic plan and where we're headed as a city, and obviously with staff being directed to carry out that vision. And so it was very important to me as a candidate. It's doubly important to me as the mayor to make sure that we're helping to lead and bring everybody on the same page. We are going to have our differences of opinion. That's going to happen from time to time. That's what's great about the democratic process that we have, is we can disagree, and without the whole table up here becoming disagreeable. So we can have those discussions. But this one was a little bit of a deeper discussion than what we had last year. Last year set the stage. This year, I think, made it better. I think we have a better work product this year than we did last year. And I think it is important that we as a council do this, if not every year, certainly every other year, to make sure that we are moving all in the right direction. Some of these goals, they're not going to happen overnight. They're going to take years upon years to make sure that we're moving in that same direction. So we need to continue to update it. At the same time, there may be things happen in our midst that we need to pivot. And so having these types of discussions early, and this year it is in the right order. This needs to be first, early input, budget session next, and then moving into the budget. Last year we were too far down the line to be able to reverse it. It came in after our early input budget session. So this is the right alignment. It helps set the stage for budget. It gives our staff clear direction on where we're headed. And hopefully, we have a stronger, better budget process on the back end in every single year. And then it's driven by council, not by staff. It's driven by council, and which is the way it should be. So, but I appreciate everybody's effort and attention and being there this year. Again, we have a great work product, and I believe a good strategy for our city. Member Owens?
No, what I was wanting to do is, we've talked about them, but can we put them on the screen?
Sure.
So the people out here can see it and know what we're talking about on those, and what the strategic plan is that we're adopting.
Or if we could put them on the wall.
Right.
Sorry, Josh.
So you've already been taking enough of a beating. All right, leave them alone.
There you go.
One of the things I did want to mention on this, reason when I was looking at it today about the infrastructure and a safe community, We got the green tea trail that comes out from Promise Village and goes over to Berry Rose right now. And from there, it's going to pick up and go to the University of Houston out there off of Pearland Parkway. And wife and I've been on it several times. If you go to where we go to the end of it now and come back, it's about 4 miles. And when we pull in the rest of it into the University of Houston out there off of Pearland Parkway, it's going to be a lot more. But the thing about it is that I've noticed a lot of times when we've been out there and walked it and turned around and come back, but there's not any lighting out there for evenings if people want to walk. There's not any water cans or restrooms or whatever out there on that. And when we open it up all the way to Pearland Parkway, from where it stops now on Berry Rose, I think the number's $10 million to take it all the way to Pearland Parkway at the University of Houston over there. So, and I'd like to see, if we're going to open up something that far, I'd like to see some lighting out there and maybe some porta cans or whatever for people, because that's a long hike. And the thing about it is that if you listen to the stuff that comes over that use into Houston, that area, people out Memorial and what have you, a lot of things goes on out there in those areas. And so when you start going out on a journey of a 5 or 6 mile walk over there, a lot of things can happen because you're out there by yourself walking. And so that's some of the big concern that, I know we got police officers with bicycles and stuff like that. I think we need to start at least going through there and, making a couple of trips up and down through there, whatever, during especially on the weekend, where people are actually using these facilities. So I think that's one thing as we continue to add to it. And like I say, that I think on the plan now, taking it from Berry Rose to the University of Houston, I believe it's $10 million to do that. So we really need to look at, see, what we can do. I don't know if we can get lighting out there if anybody wants to walk it during the evening or what have you on there. But I think, at some point in time, we're going to have to start looking at kind of patrolling these areas a little bit too, getting people out there and know where to, contact anybody or if anything happens.
Good stuff. And what Member Owens is talking about there would fall in line with safe communities. So if you'll look at the video screen, so our strategic priorities, our priorities are really our rock bed, what we anchor our city into, trusted government, strong economy, safe community, as Member Owens was talking about, sustainable infrastructure, resilient finances, and a welcoming community. And then kind of across from left to right, various initiatives. It's the initiatives that may change from year to year as we look at what we need to be focusing on. So innovating and investing in public safety resources. For example, we did the flock cameras here some month ago, investing in that. That is actually looking at an very innovative way to strengthen our public resources as an example. And so you can look across what we're looking at and where each one of those initiatives fit into the different strategic priorities. All of this around, really our core values of trust, respect, innovation, teamwork, ownership, and I'm missing one.
Resilient finance.
Integrity.
Integrity. Thank you. And so, all of that is what we are striving to be and who we are as a organization. Do we miss the mark on some of those? We do. We strive to do better each and every day. We strive to fix what is broken. We strive to do the right thing. All of this with 850, plus or minus employees in tow. And how do we continue to do that? So I believe it's a good strategic plan moving forward. Certainly we can improve upon it. This is taken into consideration, all of us up here, plus staff, and us taking our citizens and their feedback and their thoughts into consideration. And so we're trying to set up a city that we can be proud of, not only today, but certainly a city that we can be proud of 5 years, 10 years, and beyond for all of our residents. So any other questions, comments from council?
Just real quick, Mayor, can we go down a couple of slides on this same item? Because there's a part of this. It's probably another 5 or 6 pages. It kind of was the scoring on this. And I just want to tell, first of all, we get there, we'll keep going out a little further, right here. Getting everybody together is a tremendous item. A lot of us have kids, grandkids, follow sports. I'm super appreciative of the staff for coming out. It is a back and forth. The mayor last year called me an idiot 6 times. Only this time he called me twice, so I'm improving. But the thing that I would tell, jokes aside, not true. It's just I'm just BSing. Is that there was these list of items there, and if you go back to last year versus this year, you could literally see some items were struck. As in, we worked on the item, got the memos, got everything, and we kept moving, and then we adjusted. And so I know sometimes we really say local government's broken, state government's broken, it doesn't work. Well, if you go back and look at the items a year ago on that list and in this list, some of these are longer and carry over, but some of those items were struck. That means that we accomplished it. And so I'm usually very critical. I've given out my fair share of abuse tonight already, but the staff has done a tremendous job looking at the list, saying, all right, let's start tackling it. Let's start getting after it. And for that, we have to show it is working. Some of these things will take 5 years or 10 years. Some of these things get fixed in a year.
Sure.
But I just want to, for folks, if they ever get bored or you want to fall asleep very quickly, come look at this memorandum, come look at the scoring, and come and see this is what everybody, clicked on, and then what were the items under that. And I think you'd be surprised, and keep an eye over those over the course of a year, and you'll start seeing us hack away at that list. So, and thank you to the mayor for being willing to spearhead that and being open. It is not always easy to do that, but he has kind of herded a lot of these cats. And we all got in a room. And so I just wanted to say that it is hard, but thank you to him and thank you to the team for working on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. 2 references to cats, and the consultant called us a kindergarten class, and I was the kindergarten teacher. So just to put it in frame of reference. So no, these are, it was a good experience. So with that, any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, moving forward, was that Member Perez, item number 5, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1611. So moved.
We have a motion, a second, staff report, and we do have one citizen to address council.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm going to be brief. As you know, council and the short-term rental advisory committee have been working on this since back in December, and actually prior to that is when the genesis of this all came together. But the committee was put together last fall and finished their work in December, and of course, we've had workshops since then to work through the ordinance and then try to get some clarification on fine-tuning it. And we were able to do that. I believe that was back in February. And now we're at a point where we have a final ordinance that's being presented to council. Just a few highlights, very brief, high-level highlights. The ordinance is really broken down into 4 areas. One would be the permit application process. We worked through these 4 areas last time. The inspection that would be required, and just to reiterate, one of the issues raised at our workshop was that we decided that the permits would be for a 2-year period, and that the inspections would only be an initial inspection, and then individuals who are compliant can simply renew that by certification every 2 years. And so it simplified that process. And however, we would still have the ability to do additional inspections for property owners who were not operating within the boundaries of the ordinance. It outlines specific restrictions and things that are prohibited. And then finally, dealt with some due process issues on how permits could be denied or revoked, and then eligibility to reapply. So that's just a very brief high-level summary of it. Obviously, been provided to council a few weeks ago for review, and then of course here this evening I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And also I should mention, and I know it's on the next agenda item as well, but the staff's been sort of working toward anticipating this being approved, and is already starting to work toward the process of the the various processes and communications that need to be done in order to accomplish this. So
Okay.
that's back to council. Thank you.
All right, very good. Moving forward, questions, comments, concerns from council? Oh, and we do have one citizen to speak, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Joseph Koza, if you would, please make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the record. We'll put 3-minute timer up there for you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Hello, my name is Joseph Koza. Address is 2403 Green Tea Drive. I'd like to thank the mayor and council for bringing this ordinance to fruition this evening. Back in July of 2019, we identified a problem on 2219 Verona Drive. It was an Airbnb that started out, turned into a party house. At the time, when my wife brought it to my attention on social media for the neighborhood, she said, look what's going on in the back of our neighborhood, of a neighborhood that adjoined Green Tea Terrace. From there, we drove down there, saw anywhere from about 75 to 100 vehicles parked up and down the street of Verona, as well as Green Tea Drive. At the time, there were 5 council members sitting at the desk that y'all sit at this evening. I reached out to each and every one of them, and it was pretty disheartening, the response that I got. Basically, everyone told me there was nothing we could do. There was a court case out of Austin where an HOA sued a homeowner. They won their frontline case, went to the appellate level. They won it there, went to the Texas Supreme Court, and Ken Paxton filed an amicus brief on behalf of the homeowner, and at that time won the case. And basically that was a precedent that said there's nothing we could do for an event center being run in a neighborhood that was zoned R1. My grandfather, when I was young, told me, take the word can't out of your vocabulary. You can accomplish anything. So as we stand here today, we have an ordinance that is moving towards that direction. While we did run into several roadblocks along the way, from bringing the Airbnbs to pay their taxes like everyone else in the city does. It was pretty disturbing to see votes taken by sitting council members here that property taxes, or hot taxes, excuse me, were not going to be collected because for whatever reason they didn't think it was necessary. But through this process, we've been able to get to tonight's ordinance, and I hope that each and every one of you do pass this, because it is something that we need and something along the way that can help residents that end up in this situation. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the vote this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Koza. Now moving forward, questions, comments from council? Member Owens?
Yeah, I'll just touch on that a little bit. Having been out there, take a look at that one on wrong. Through there. You know, it is a big concern. You know, when you go in and you zone as a residential area, and then you've got these short-term through there, which is backed by the state of Texas and everybody else through there, and at the same time, you know, that you can have businesses within your residential area. So, I mean, you kind of wonder after a while, why do we have all these backbreaking things on people in zoning to put a residential there if we're going to let these short-term places go in there, if we're going to let businesses run the businesses out of the area too. So it's just a big concern that I've talked to Joseph about it several times, and then when I was president of the HOA, I got hit several times on it then in discussions there. People, why are we letting all these businesses come in and run businesses within a residential area that we do? And so that's the biggest thing, you know, and the only thing I can say if you know, it's being upheld on the short-term rentals through there, you know, I think that they're in the competition with the hotels and motels, and they should be for the same thing that they have to do. I think if you got a short-term rental and you got a, you know, A pool in the back, you fence the entire pool around there to do it. You have the signs in your house for exit entering signs there. You have the smoke detectors put in. And then you have, the other things that you come in and put out the fires and stuff, the extinguishers throughout your house. So if you're going to have a business out there that's going to be in with a residential area, okay, you need to post everything in it just like a business. And if and this is in competition with the hotel people. So anything that they have that are penalties for them or things that they have to do in the hotels, I think it should be the same way within a short-term rental. But I've been out there, the one that Joseph talked about on Verone, and it was just a party house. That's all it was. Noise was all over, people walking around, and then they show this big, huge bar that they got outside their pool out there in the back, and all of that, and then cars parked all the way down Verone and all the way out on the driveway on Green Tea. So, I mean, and people couldn't get out of their houses. They didn't want their kids or grandkids to go out in the front yard with all this activity going on. So, I mean, it's not only, there, but the residents there, they get caught in the middle of this.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that bothers me, the biggest part of the thing. If you can't let one of your kids, your grandkids or child or what go in your front yard because you're afraid of what's going on in that area, that ought to be biggest concern. But one of the things that we did in Green Tea when I was down there, actually before I became a president of the Homeowner Association, on Friday and Saturday night, we have police officers come in. We pay to be in the neighborhood for all these kind of things that are going on. And that's been working out really, really well for us there.
Yeah. And one thing, and I'm going to go to Member Orlando here in just a second, one thing to note, this ordinance is a start. It gives us some regulatory power. It gives us a little bit of things to look at. It will not, in and of itself, stop a Verona from happening again. If somebody wants to fly in the face of any of our ordinances, they will. It requires code enforcement and our legal actions to potentially stand up and do what's right, and which is one of the reasons why we've been able to, I guess, curtail. I won't say stop, but curtail his actions. And he will still be able to operate under a normal short-term rental, but he'll have some rules and regulations. So this action won't stop another Verona from happening, but hopefully it will help us, give us a few tools to prevent others from happening, and protecting our neighborhoods. Member Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. Appreciate those comments. I think this ordinance as it's written is better than the initial iteration that came before us. I think as we talked through it, I think it's gotten to a little bit of a better place. I still think it's the fundamentally wrong approach to this issue. I just want to lay out a couple of those reasons as to why we can have our vote and move on from there. But fundamentally, I think this is taking a sledgehammer to an issue that requires a scalpel. Nobody's been tougher on bad actors than I have. Nobody has. Whether that's been on our illegal vape shops or illegal massage parlors, like me personally, ensuring compliance of some bad actors, of me actually, I don't know, being the council member that responded to Mr. Goza and got one of Mr. Weatrix, the guy who owns the Verona House's businesses, getting their water shut off just several weeks ago. So nobody's been tougher on that. And I've been asking publicly, and I've been asking behind, in our discussions with staff, what additional tools can we be given to make life as hard as possible for somebody like the guy on Verona? Because my godmother lives like just directly around the street from him. So this is something that I think is unacceptable too, Woody, that people would have to deal with this. And so I've asked, what tools can we put into place? Can we cut off someone's power if they have enough demonstrated violations? We want to have due process, of course, but can we cut off their power? Can we expedite the process by which we take them to court? What is there to address these problems because it took us entirely too long to get that house shut down. And I was following up on it all the time. And the answer, and I still haven't gotten a different answer, and I think what Mayor Cole said was right. I think this gives us marginally more, this gives us another violation where we could say, okay, we're going to revoke your permit. It doesn't address the crux, the fundamental thing of people who are being bad neighbors, people who are being nuisances. And as we've discussed up here before, you have people in long-term rentals who are having crazy parties and the cops are going out there all the time. You have people who live in their homes. An example that I shared with over 50 incidences of the police being called out to their house just in the last few years. This does nothing to address that. This just makes it really hard to do short-term rentals. And that's the point. This doesn't go after, it was mentioned at the last meeting, there are people who rent out a home, they never live there, they rent out a home, and they are operating really a business. They're treating this house like a hotel. If we wanted to crack down on that, we could do that. There are plenty of cities that specifically crack down on that. It's you can make a distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied residences. We could put in some kind of stipulations about how many nights per year are you renting something out before some of these more stringent rules go into place, before we make you put up that thing around the pool or be held to this higher standard. Because some of this, I'll tell you, for the people that were going to the Verona house, Pearland is not the hot party spot in the Houston area. And you're going to have some of those, as Mayor Cole said, you're going to have jerks who are going to come and do that. But this is not the party spot. When I've talked to people who are doing short-term rental, it's mostly people trying to make a couple of extra bucks off of an empty room. It's people renting to people going and seeking treatment in the medical center because future medical corridor we have going in, we're very close. And so we could really target a certain type of thing, but we're not targeting it. So like, what are we doing here? And it's been said, some people fundamentally don't want Airbnbs. Some people fundamentally think that what the Texas Supreme Court said, which is that it is a legitimate residential use to operate an Airbnb out of your home, not to be an ass about it, not to shut down, not to be a burden and a nuisance to everyone else. That's absolutely not okay. And we have laws on the books about that. And I want stronger laws on the books. And I've been saying over and over, I want stronger laws on the books. We've said why. We want to make it as difficult as possible. We said even if the fee, the registry and the fee, even if that was operating at a loss, it would be worth it. So what else do we say that? Well, we could do this program to raise revenue. And even if we lose revenue in that, we would be okay with it. It's very clear. We had a committee that had hoteliers on it, but not short-term rental operators. So if you wanted to craft a policy that was being crafted with everyone's interest in mind, that might be a consideration. But we've seen this before. We've seen this with Ubers and taxis. And I'm very grateful that Pearland went a certain way on that and that I can ride an Uber home from the airport. And that won't be banned as it was in Austin. And that's, of course, also been preempted by state action. But I just want to put to bottom line on it why I will be opposing this. I think most of my colleagues will be supporting it. We'll move forward and do the best thing for the people of Pearland. And I think we're all on board 100% that we want to make it harder on people who are jerks, people who precipitated this whole thing in the first place. But like Mayor Cole said, those people can still act. And so I just want to be a little more targeted. And so I'll say my 3 issues with this and we'll move on. 1, I think this infringes on the property rights of people that are doing the right thing. That's why the Houston Association of Realtors opposes it. It's why other property rights groups oppose it, these type of regulations. 2, I don't like government registries at all, whether that's for guns, whether that's for Airbnbs. They start with the best of intentions, but we've already seen in this instance how there is the scope creep and how they can be abused. And that was in the initial proposal of the registry saying, oh, we're not proposing a fee. This is going to be free. Or at least it is now. And I said at that meeting, like, yeah, but let's just say we're going to put a fee. As soon as we put it in, we're going to institute a fee. And of course, that is what's being proposed. Another one that was really problematic was making, again, we've moved away from this direction, but requesting that people put their home blueprints online in a way that's readily available for strangers on the internet to see and request how their house is laid out and which rooms are the bedrooms. And I don't love that. And finally, I think what this is fundamentally doing in a lot of ways is using the power of the state to crush competition for private sector businesses. And I don't think that's the appropriate role of government. So bottom line, we have to uphold the rule of law in Pearland. We have to enforce our zoning ordinances and crack down on folks, bad actors, whether they are in neighborhoods, whether they are on 518. We have to get serious about that. And I am open to any proposal from anyone up here, anyone in the audience, anyone watching at home, how we can better crack down on people and get serious about the folks that are ruining their neighbors' quality of life. I'll continue to fight for that. My personal belief is that this proposal is not the best way to go about that. So I will be voting against this, but I'm excited to continue working with each of you up here for our shared vision of a Pearland where there are rules. And if you're going to be shameless about violating those, we're going to get tougher about cracking down on you. So thank you. And
thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions, comments? Perez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One, having served with you on the short-term rental committee, which was a great time. I appreciate all the effort that was put in by those who served. I think, and I'll try and keep this as brief as possible, which is not my strong suit, so I apologize. I appreciate the laugh. So, I think it's, let's be careful not to conflate two different issues that are themed the same, but certainly different. What Verona did was highlight to us that we had issues with the STR, and what that brought to light is that we had really an unfair market to those who had been in our community and we had trusted to help serve our community, which was our hoteliers. The people who were staying in STRs were not being required to pay a hot tax. That kind of loopholed around the intent. We put the hot tax in there in place because we want visitors to pay a tax that can be used for specific things that brings heads and beds to allow people to stay in our city, and kind of loophole around it. It was disingenuous to the intent of that ordinance, and it also put an unfair market towards our hoteliers. I think in order to be able to put the hot tax in, you had to permit it, which means you had to inventory it. All of the things kind of came from that. That in and of itself is its own issue, and I think this is necessary. I think to a couple of concerns that Member Orlando stated, look, most of these homes are tract homes. They're all permitted. If you submit the house for permitting, it's open to open records. And most of these are advertised anyway, so it's not like their home layout is necessarily a secret. So I appreciate the concern. I don't think that that's necessarily a reason to pull back some of these restrictions. Again, we do this for foster homes as well, for the same reason. Not necessarily it's a business, but we want to make sure that those who are visiting or are guests in our community are made sure that they're kept safe. That in and of itself, that's why I'm supportive of this. My statements as to what we should amend were incorporated in the committee. Those were incorporated in the ordinance. So no notes on that. But with respect to Verona, I do agree that we can't continue to work with violators of our ordinance when it comes to zone use. So anybody who goes in and says, hey, I'm going to have a restaurant use and then is selling mechanical equipment in the back, they're violating his own use. There is some fluidity with the conversation about, well, we have a business and a home. Well, there's a lot of businesses and homes. We can't prevent people from running a business from home, because if you're an attorney and you want to work out of your office, that's a business and a home, and you can have visitors, and we still allow that. There is a limit to what we allow for that. Let's say if I was starting up my own personal crochet business. I could do it from my home. I could have customers. I could exchange commerce in our home. We still allow that. So there's still some gray area about what is a home use, when a home use is being violated, when transactions are happening within the home. When there's a clear and total violation of the intent of the ordinance, I do think that we can strengthen that. We can continue to work with what the state allows us to do, which is handcuff significantly, and what our council will allow us to move forward to make sure that the next time we have another Verona, we can move more swiftly and more punitively to make sure that we get swifter action. That being said, I wouldn't want to be in his position right now based on the last judgment he got. So we did eventually get where we wanted to be. It just unfortunately moved at the pace of the government. So I'm for this. I do agree with Member Orlando. You know, if we can continue to look for ways to strengthen our ordinances and strengthen the tools that our code enforcement has, so that the next time that there's somebody who's doing something that is not intent with the zoning, is causing a nuisance to their neighbors, be it a residential zone or a commercial zone, that we can move and act more swiftly. So I do think that there's you'll have some advocacy there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Just want to thank the committee. I guess Perez and Orlando served on it, and some other folks.
Just real quick, we have Mr. John Lamson here tonight, who served on the committee. Mr. Eisenberg was on the committee, but he's left. I don't see any other committee members here. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all's time. Menendez? Yeah, thank you too, I guess. But no, it's extra time besides up here. And staff, I know you put up with a lot, specifically legal, and running through revisions. I think is it perfect? No. Is it better than what we have? Yes. And through this whole process, I think it's worth noting, not one STR owner or operator came up to voice any concerns or push back on any of the provisions. So I think this is the right step forward. There'll be some consequences. We'll have to make adjustments at some point in the future, but this is a good first step.
Yep. Questions, comments? Member Camcar?
Yes. This is for Darren. Darren, you drafted the amendment. I'm going to give you some runway here. A couple of the items that were outstanding were parking and the inspections and things of that nature. Can you just go over we don't have to go to the document, but just high level now, where are we on that? Because I remember distinctly one of the items where party guy goes and does this, and then there's a parking issue because there's all these cars here. I just want to understand where we ended up at.
On all the clarifications we did from the last workshop, or on those, I can just sort of briefly walk through those. One of the things we did was we said that originally we were going to have to, one of the recommendations was to have like a map, or excuse me, a floor plan showing the bedrooms and things of that nature. We backed off of that and just simply said indicate on the application the number of bedrooms. That can be confirmed on the inspection. Another thing that was added to the application process was a question that they'll have to answer, and that was a question that Councilmember Hernandez had recommended, and that was they'll have to acknowledge whether the premises was operated as a short-term rental during the 12 months prior to the date of the permit application, and whether the city's hotel occupancy tax for the previous 12-month period was paid to the city. That would allow the city to not issue a permit until those were made current. Again, we changed it so that the permit would not be an annual permit, it would be 2 years. The city shall also will be providing a link on the website that contains a list of all active short-term rentals with their addresses and emergency contact numbers. That was added. Then the others, let me see, renewal certification. I indicated that earlier, that can be done by renewal certification to simplify the process, and it would be less burdensome on staff, especially when you are dealing with individuals who are complying with the regulations. Posting of a permit at the entrance, what we decided to do is just say that whatever permit the city issues, that permit would then be printed, and that can be posted at the entrance. So the law enforcement liked that, because if they have to go to a scene, then that'll be readily available for them to see. I don't think we made any changes to the parking, but I'll just indicate the limit on occupancy. Essentially, the limit on occupancy is 10. However, it's no more than 2 adult guests per bedroom, and no more than 2 additional adults shall be allowed in a short-term rental, except that there should be a maximum occupancy of 10. So you're not guaranteed 10, but
Let me ask a simple question here. So somebody has all of their rules and regs and their postings, and they've signed up and they paid their money to the state of Texas and all that good stuff. If they have 6 cars, we don't have any enforcement ability through this or anywhere else to tow them if they're legally in the right of way.
okay. Let me go ahead and read the parking provision. That's a good question. So the owner shall provide off-street parking on the premises of the short-term rental to accommodate at least 1 motor vehicle per bedroom that they're renting. So it says guests that park in the public right-of-way shall do so in a manner that preserves ingress and egress of adjacent and neighboring properties. That was specifically inserted to address the Verona issue because you had people being blocked. They couldn't get in and out of their driveway.
Well, if somebody's not complying, can we tow them?
No, if they are parked in a public roadway, no, we cannot tow them away.
The reason I want to say this, and I think all these members made a really good point, this is a starting point. It is imperfect. It will be by definition imperfect. What I would tell you is there are going to be bad actors that just don't give a damn about our ordinances. You know, Mr. Verona didn't give a damn. He still doesn't give a damn about his neighbors, and this probably ain't going to change a whole lot of that. What I would just ask for from the public is a little bit of patience. This is going to be a process. It's going to take time. It will be imperfect. My issue with the parking, and we talked about this, is even with the writing of the language, if you've got 10 people at a party house, they're still not supposed to be there, we're not going to tow them. I mean, I just, from a practical point of view, when you have an issue on a Saturday when mom and dad want to go out to the grocery store and then party guy is here and we haven't done the enforcement quite yet, there's nothing for us to do to go and unblock that issue. And so this is going to be imperfect. It is going to be a growing pain. The item that member Carbone made is true. We didn't have a great place. This is the new economy with Uber and all this. Our ordinances were not prepared to have a business in a residential area that is high volume. And we're having to evolve with society. I wanted to be very clear. This is not going to be a panacea. It is better than what we started with. I am anti-government registry. At least we're not putting the plans there. And I heard a comment about, well, you have it out there when you go plat, but somebody doesn't go say, John homeowner at 123, please give me their plan at a plat. We just don't do that. You just go plat and you get a permit. I'm just uncomfortable even with all of the locations there. I feel like it just makes me queasy. But the reality is we are starting at an imperfect place. We're going to end up at an imperfect place. This is a better starting point than where we were 6 months ago. So I would just ask for grace to give us time to work these things out. I don't think this is going to get fixed overnight. It's going to take at least 90 days to figure out what doesn't work. And I bet you half the people that own an Airbnb aren't even going to sign up even once we get this passed. So it's just going to be an ordinance right now that says go pay your taxes and sign up on this website. That's really what this thing does right now. It's imperfect, but it's better than where we are. I will be supporting it reluctantly, but I'm going to get there because we have to have some framework at some point to deal with this. And what we have now is not good. Mr. Verona is a special guy and it needs a special treatment, and this probably isn't exactly going to address him, but it's a starting point that we need to get to.
Yeah.
So,
good comments. Member Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got one thing that I'd like to put forward and see, maybe take some temperature for a possible amendment. On page 5, it'd be section 20.112.3, where it talks about the permit expires after 2 years. I did some phone calling with a couple other cities, Mayor, that have STL ordinances. And through those conversations, I think that there's one thing that we could potentially add to this that would maybe make it a little bit better. And that is that, and Darren, you can help me with the language on this, but essentially we could add an amendment to this ordinance requiring a manual review or a full reapplication rather than the certification of a permit for any STR with 2 violations in a 12-month period. I know currently it says we can revoke it after 3. If they've got 2 but not quite 3, it would force them into an annual renewal or at least a review of their permit rather than the 2-year. And so that way, if we do have somebody that has one violation, maybe it was an oversight. If they've got two, I think that's probably getting borderline negligence at that point, but not full revocation, at least having them go through that checkpoint once a year. So I wanted to at least kind of put that forward and see if anyone had any interest in that.
I'm open to that friendly amendment.
I think that's a good change.
Review being, hey, don't be a jackwagon, get your stuff together.
Yeah.
Kind of call. I'm in favor of that.
Not that really. It's a formal, at the beginning, the first time you have to put forward an application. And we said you have to do that every 2 years instead of one. This would say, no, you're going to do it early because you're questionable.
Correct. Yeah, and it's kind of just that going through re-education of what the rules are. Darren, do you have any cleanup or any comments on that before I make an actual motion?
Yeah, I just need a little more specificity. So I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're looking for. So are you saying that when we've identified a property that is non-compliant, whether they've had a warning, a citation, whatever that may be, that they go into a review process? Because, I mean, as opposed to us revoking it?
The second violation.
Yeah, so I'm saying at the second violation, so on this 20.112.3, where it says, unless previously revoked by the director pursuant to this article, a permit expires 2 years after its date of issuance. What I'm saying is, if they have two violations, that section there goes away and they're forced into a 1 year renewal and like a manual review. So essentially it's not an automatic, you just fill it out after 2 years, recertify. This is you need to come talk to us again. You need to go through the application process at the end of your first year. So if they get to a third, we've already got a provision in there that says we can revoke it at that point.
Are you talking two violations that have been adjudicated through court system? Or are you talking about just unilaterally staff determining that there have been violations?
I would maybe lean on you for that. What I do want to avoid is to where we have maybe just public people in the neighborhood that may have, beef calling and, filing a grievance, and we count that. But rather, if there's something that at least code enforcement can substantiate and say, look, we went out there and clearly they were not in compliance with this rule. So at least we've documented it.
Confirmed violations.
Yes.
Confirmed violations. Still, it's not your. I'm still trying to figure. Are we going to go with the innocent till proven guilty, or are we going to just confirm?
I mean, I guess I would look at it. Whenever I had my cafes and code enforcement would come out, they'd give me a little piece of paper saying, "Hey, you're deficient here. You got so many days to." And it's documented that we were deficient in whether it was having a bottle labeled improperly or not having your food manager license on you at the time of inspection.
Here's the thing. We need to be narrowly defined. There was already discussion earlier about broad, and that is now broad to two. And, well, maybe you didn't call me at the right time or didn't respond to this. If we're going to say it's two, let's just give them clear, defined, here's what it is. I don't disagree with you on the application changes, that process, but let's be narrowly defined. Putting these broad sweeps out there is not good.
So let me say this. Why don't we move forward with this, and you work with Darren for a potential amendment on the second reading? This will take two readings. So why don't we move forward? Let's work on how that gets defined, because obviously people deserve due process, and it doesn't need to be a neighbor saying it. Doesn't need to be, and we need to define that. I think where you're headed is if you've got two in the first year, hey guy, you're heading to a bad spot. We need to correct it. We need to figure out what and how that looks like. Maybe we dispense of it, and in 2 weeks we come back and address.
That's fine.
With an amendment. Does that sound?
That's fine, and it sounds like at least we've got a second for pushing that forward.
So currently,
that's
though,
what I heard too.
Again, it currently says 3 or more substantiated violations of this article and any applicable federal, state, or local law that has occurred within a 12-month period gives us the ability to revoke. It's not mandatory because we may not.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if they have two, but not quite three, I think that's still something that would hey, let's.
Yeah,
we need to go over the rules with you.
I guess I'm just thinking, and then one, but that's not quite two. And where do we draw the line on this?
So, so again, it may come in a policy manual on how we enforce, not the ordinance itself, but a procedural issue with code enforcement and others. Like internally, they'll look and say, we've got someone with 2 in their first year. Let's reach out one-on-one to do that. But we still have the ordinance to back us up on the third.
Yeah. And I'm fine with your plan
come
of
up with
action
that.
moving forward. So we can hash out the details separately.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
I just, because we talked about the enforcement. John, how are we doing the enforcement? Is it one of your guys going out? Are we adding a head count to address this? Or is this somebody existing on staff?
We haven't specifically determined whether it'll be run out of the fire marshal's and code compliance office. They'll probably do the initial investigation. The idea right now is that the administration of it will run through my department.
Okay. So, because I remember on the mid-year allocation, we want to add a consulting building inspector and his own code enforcement. And I'd like to think that there's not 900 of these and that this can be done with existing. I would really start having a lot of heartburn if we have to add this so we can go have 30 inspections, add 1 head count. So I'm sensitive to that. I just want to, as we were talking about enforcement and half a violation or 2 violations, well, who now becomes the guys adjudicating half a violation or a violation? So it's just a process item of how do we do that and who's doing it. So I'd like a clearer answer. That'll probably happen closer towards the second reading. So.
Okay, we good? All right, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
On the motion to amend?
What? No.
To amend?
No, there wasn't.
No.
No amendments.
Okay. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Motion carries 6-0, 6-1.
All right, thank you. And so I would ask, just offline, work with Darren if there's some changes there. And like I said, it may be in a procedural manual, how we handle that as well. But we've got a few weeks to work through that. All right, item number 6, staff update. This was something that we asked for when we put the initial STR registration in. So staff update, short-term rental software portal status. With that, Clay?
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, we awarded a contract for the registration software, and you asked as that goes along to report back, share that at a meeting, and that's what we're here for. I will say that, as Tracy will say too, that will change a little bit based upon this registration ordinance, but will not impede it unnecessarily. But Tracy, want to give a little overview of that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pearson. So as mentioned, the STR customized software portal project commenced parallel and simultaneous to the STR advisory committee's work. Input from various departments tackle the scope of work broken into 4 different components. We built an intentional pause in the process because we're cognizant of the impact that the committee's recommendations would have on the final piece. Critical pieces of completed work include sourcing the parcel data for the city's limits, which is the foundation for linking the advertisements to owner information. Secondly, we have a developer creation of the city's hotel and motel occupancy tax quarterly form, which is an online digital version that mirrors the current legacy form we use for our hotels. Staff is prepared to make adjustments as needed based on tonight's input. Impacts could include a lot of the language will need to be updated, some of the criteria in the application in the application itself, the output document of the permit lifespan, just a lot of nuances that were currently being adjusted based on tonight's discussion. We do reiterate the proposed launch date is July 1, which would allow us the implementation of pending tasks, allow us to complete the implementation of pending tasks, in addition to having a start date that coincides with the new quarter for hotel occupancy tax collection. That concludes my update. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Tracy. Clay, does that, okay. Questions, comments from council?
Mayor, yes. So I'm having trouble finding this, but I think whenever we had passed this ordinance, there was something in there that said that before we move forward with any expenditures, it would come back to us for review. Is that not the case?
No, you approve the contract, and this is, you asked for a report back on the implementation. That's what's here.
Okay, then I guess I had a misunderstanding there. I did call a couple of these.
I need to correct. I think the amount was less than 50, so you didn't have to apply. You didn't have to approve that contract, but that's what registration did.
Yeah, but I think when we passed the registration piece, I think we specifically stated as part of that approval that before any expenditures were made, it would come back to council for final approval.
I don't recall it being tied to expenditures. I recall that council wanted an update prior to launch, and we targeted March as the original launch date. So we worked towards coming back to you before anything was actually distributed.
We'd already entered into the contract at that point, so I'll go back and look at it, but it wasn't necessary, and that's what we had done that. This is going back a ways, but you'll recall, that there was discussion about the registration requirements and how are we going to do that, and how we're going to collect what's due the city under the current ordinances, and this was going to be the way to do it. So that was already underway at that time.
Okay, maybe we have other discussion, if there's some way we can at least try to pull up the minutes for that, because I don't know, maybe I'm alone up here. That's what I recall, but.
You're not.
I think I couldn't find it. I did my best to search on the website. I could not figure out how to find it, so I would have brought it up, but can't. But I think it was October or something. I will say, was there someone who actually followed up, though, whenever we entered in this contract, who called the references to kind of, talk to some of the other cities about their experience with this software? Was it called Lodge Rev, or Lodging Revs?
Yes, so when we started this process, we went through the RFP procedure, and we identified at the time the company was working under Lodging Revs, and throughout the process they were actually purchased by GovOS, and Lodging Revs is one of the portals underneath it. But it did go through the RFP process, and in that review portion, we did talk with other cities using the platform.
Okay, so in here, some of the references that were provided, I called some of them directly. For instance, the one they have on page 13 where they've got the big quote, I called Mountain Village, and they said they are no longer using this software. And I think that they found that it was maybe too cumbersome for their inventory. And so they switched to use their existing permitting software that they use for other businesses, and found that was easier. So that reference did not pan out. And then I started calling some of the other ones. I will say that I had another city that I called that's got about 480, close to 500 STRs in their inventory. And they said they use it primarily for managing, the inventory they have as far as managing complaints and so forth that come in. They said that they average, with 500 units in their inventory, they average about 10 calls per month. And they said of those, the majority of those calls go through code enforcement or PD already. So the exact quote there was, honestly, we could take it or leave it, but it's being used by 3 different departments currently. So we'd have to kind of find out how we can make up for, those usages in, let's say, finance. They said they used it in finance and their planning department, in addition to their hotel or visitor bureau department. So it seems like some of these, actually most of these cities here that were mentioned, have vastly higher numbers of inventory, and seem to think that, at least the couple that I called, that it can be managed utilizing existing platforms or existing staff where they don't have the use. When I looked at the cost for the projected revenue on this, it was something like 22% of the potential anticipated revenue that be generated would go towards paying this contract. And so I'm trying to, I asked, again, other cities kind of what that percentage of the revenue was. And I just really think, and I don't know this, so I don't know if there's any other department wants to speak to this, but is there any other type of revenue that we collect where the upfront cost before we even have the actual, amount, I guess, in place or an established, I don't know what you call them, customer base or payer base or whatever it is upward of 20%? I mean, is that kind of a standard thing?
I wouldn't accept the 22% on face without having that. And, this goes back to, going back to October, November, it's an unknown in terms of how many there are. And that's why we needed the assistance of somebody that is in this space, which is brand new, and to survey the software, the platforms that are out there, make those contacts that have those relationships. I remember one of them that had those and then no longer did, but it's been an evolution to go through all this, and we're learning as we go along. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't take the 22%, but you cited there.
But Clay, we also, in fairness with respect, we don't run the city at a deficit, and we still don't even have a clear line of sight on how much revenue we were going to go do. I still haven't seen that number, and these reviews are not glowing either. And I still have concerns. Are we going to add headcount? And then now I have a bigger concern of how much money have we spent? Because I remember the discussion. We were going to come back here before we spent dollars on this. The ordinance hadn't even been completed. It's still not got through a second reading yet.
No.
So I'm starting to
remember that clearly, that there was whether the council was going to do an ordinance or not, that was to be determined. We were saying that there needed to be a process for collecting what was due to the city under the existing ordinances, and that's how we were proceeding. And the question was, as we go through the implementation and come back, and that's why we're here. So
no, but spending money to go and do that and identifying it are two different things. I think we were explicit about not spending.
They went together, so okay. I'll refresh all that.
I just, for the council, I'm just talking to the body now. Can we table until we get a little more clarity on this a little bit? Because I've got one guy saying we've got not good reviews. I've got somebody saying we have an RFP process, and I don't have clear line of sight on, was that process good or bad, or did we even, I didn't heard what city we talked to. I've heard two cities from this person saying that those reviews for much bigger inventory, the software was not necessary. If we're going to do this, let's not lose money on it.
There's nothing to table, it's a report, so we can report again.
An update. We're not taking action.
Yeah, there's nothing to table.
There's no action to take anyway.
Yeah, and I guess the contention there is, I kind of anticipated that there would be action, and maybe I'm just misremembering, but that's why I kind of dug into this as much as I did, because I wanted to make sure that we were...
The posting on the agenda was for a portal status, and that's all the background.
Well, yeah, I understand that's how it was posted, but it doesn't preclude us from taking action.
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
So
nothing posted.
Can we just get some analysis then about what the reviews are? Because I still believe, Member Hernandez has done the homework. If we can get one staff member to deal with these, 10 calls a month, let's do that.
Is the vendor here or no?
No, we don't have the vendor online. We can, this process began several months ago in support of the ordinance that was proposed and reviewed back in September and October. So we can go back through to full information that you're asking for.
Okay. So y'all have to go back and look at the minutes.
So real quick, it was October the 25th was the second and final reading. I believe that was the same night that we asked for this. So the minutes should be easy to find. And if not the minutes, we should have videotape that clearly shows what was talked about and what was voted on that night. So I've got it pulled up. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what exactly we voted on. So I'm all in favor of moving beyond this. We can get those items secured up, and maybe we look at it in a couple of weeks with all of that taken into consideration.
Yeah, and I would certainly invite any of the council members, if there's specific questions or concerns, we can send that out to staff preemptive to the meeting and say, hey, this is what I'm hoping to get ahead of. If it's a staffing issue or a concern about the expenditure, I think they could have that tabled up for us by the time we're ready for the next presentation.
Right. That okay? All right. We'll move on to new business item number 7. Member Owens, would you present that for consideration, please?
There you go. It's closed. It's got the green light. Number 7, consideration possible action resolution number R 2022-66. I so move.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We did touch on this just as early as last week, and Council's received several reports. While it is technically a change order, and while the amount is $1 million, this is substantially in the city's favor by moving forward on these items. Also, this is a well within the project scope, given the $155 million plus or minus the contract amount or the project amount. That this is well within the allowed amounts for the contingency. And so Robert, I think, is ready to touch on a little bit of the elements to this, the various pieces, but we're recommending going forward on this change order 8 package.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. If there is any questions, we've covered this over, but with regards to that, there's a couple 3 work directives that are given in a total of $1 million, as Mr. Pearson stated. Those work directives are driven by the city as the owner, taking a look at that and asking for those revisions, but still fully within the scope of the project to get this project continued and completed at this time.
All right. Any questions, comments, concerns? Rollins?
Yeah. These are change orders that we did the change in the design or something?
Councilman Owen, it's associated with 3 work directives. We can call them change orders, but dealing with items that have changed with direction from the city to enhance and continue to work through. Some of those dealing with our COVID facility preparations. Also, some change in piping and items associated with going from Paul membranes to the Tory membrane that was selected during our testing and what was provided. But as we know, during design, we also take a look at designing those items around a specific style of membrane during that time when the bid came in, during that design. And that construction was to then have to do some redesign work and also lay out some new piping. And so those items were taken care of in one of the work directives. And then another one, of course, is working with our SCADA system. As you all are well aware, we approved a citywide SCADA program and then now implementing that in the plant.
Okay. So the construction manager at risk did not cause these change orders in? It was
No, sir.
City's design.
They worked hand in hand with us to get us the best pricing available for those items that we needed to change.
Do we have anybody here from POW?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Pete from PLW, and we also have Mr. Jeff from Adura.
Okay, so what it is on this change order number 8, and the others have all been through there. So this change order is because of the city, which, the city holds a contract for the engineering design on a construction manager at risk. So that's the follow-up on this, is the change orders that actually came in because of changes that the city made, right?
That is correct, sir.
Robert, can you just go through the directed changes so we all understand what?
Sure.
We did that last week, but.
So with that on the work order directive number 1, that was working with, originally the design had a full-blown lift station contributing potentially up to 1 million gallons of plant water that was coming from our belt presses and sending that back to Reflection Bay. During our negotiations with Gulf Coast Water Authority after this project, we were able to return that water back to the canal, therefore saving and redesigning and making all that work versus having to look at doing and roll into an expansion at Reflection Bay sooner than what we needed to. So all that was in there associated with work change directive 1. So there is a savings associated and then costs associated with our COVID facility preparations. So looking at the big picture on that one as well is by being able to put water back into the canal at the approval of Gulf Coast Water Authority, We were not looking then at having to roll into another immediate expansion for future growth in the Reflection Bay wastewater treatment plant at today's dollars, running between $16 to $18 a gallon for expansion. Work directive number 2, as I mentioned earlier, when we were doing our design work and our testing, is that we designed, and you typically choose a product that you design around because each one has its own intricacies. So as we were moving forward with that, we designed around the PAL membranes. Many of our sister cities utilize PAL. However, when the bids came in, there was a significant life cycle better savings associated with Tory membranes. And so with that, there were some costs associated to redesign that work, directed by us to be able to do that. Also in there is working with our wind loading requirements at critical facility occupancy. We had several buildings that are Texas Department of Insurance windstorm inspector required to be changed to 155 miles per hour. So that's also dictating those 3 specific buildings to be upgraded and causing more steel and some more attachments. Then work directive number 3, that is dealing with our SCADA control system. As you all, as I mentioned earlier, is that the city is doing a full upgrade to our entire SCADA network, and we needed to get that process started. This is to integrate those changes to our new standard using VT SCADA versus GE iFix, and then also the data center at the surface water treatment plant. That area will need a larger UPS system because that will be one of our offsite storage data systems in relation similar to the public safety building. So if public safety building goes down, we have a backup proceeding from there. So all 3 of those incorporated together equal about $1.078 million across the all 3 work change directives, indicating about a 0.8% increase in the contract.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. These are all, since the type of contract it is, it's all city change orders that come in with the design. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Member Kamkar?
We have the 2 representatives come to speak, and then can we tee up the memorandum? I just want to make sure I'm getting a couple of nuggets real quick. First of all, thank you to the staff. We had our meeting last Monday. Skipper did a tremendous job, extremely helpful, and I think we knew some of these things were coming. And I want to, one is with PLW and one is with Ardura. And so which one is our CMAR? I know one works for us. Okay.
PLW, Mr. Pete is the representative from our CMAR.
All right,
and then Mr. Jeff is our engineer,
awesome
engineer.
Is the cost curve that you guys have been seeing like the last 90 days, is that moderating, accelerating, or staying the same in terms of price increase, materials, things of that nature?
You know, since January, we kind of looked at the overall cost in the market, particularly the steel commodities and metals and PVC, and really thought that we had kind of hit some stability post-COVID. And we were optimistic, I would say. With what's going on in Europe right now, we've seen that change pretty dramatically since January.
The fuel costs and things like that.
The fuel costs, steel cost, nickel. I mean,
oh wow.
You know, Russia produces 30% of the world's nickel. So all our stainless steel piping is pretty volatile right now. Going forward, you know, I hope it stabilizes. It's not stabilizing right now.
So it's probably going like up.
It's going up right now. Fuel costs are up dramatically.
Okay.
And metal, in particular, metals and PVCs and petroleum-based issues are all volatile right now.
Got it. And then I just want to get clarification. So with the work change orders, it's a big fancy work directive, whatever, big fancy word for change orders. All 3 of those, do you guys consider that a scope change, major scope change?
We do.
That's not the answer I'm looking for, Upton.
When we're talking with regards to our negotiations in this particular on the work order directives, those items that need to be paid for, they're compensated at today's market value. However, those associated items that were bid under the original scope, or what I'll say is the original GMP, those items that they have to procure, those items are locked in at those prices. When we did early work packages, those items there. But if you're talking specifically on the work directive items, then they're bid at the market value today.
So is there more new money? You said there's $1 million and it added a 1% increase. Is there new money in this contract right now?
No, this is all items that are within our budget as allocated per our
So are
capital.
you deducting out of contingency?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the running contingency unallocated today after this?
$6.2 million that's in our budget.
All right. I just want to get that out there for the record because we're going to go past that. We're going to blow past that at some point here real soon. And just for the city attorney.
Councilman Kamkar, that is not the intent. Please, we are doing and managing that very tightly.
We got to lay the groundwork for what is going to be, not what is today. But I hear you. For the city attorney, do you concur? Is that the work change orders that we're going to approve tonight do not substantially alter the scope? I just want to make sure we get that on the record.
I don't believe they substantially alter the scope. However, they are city initiated, and so as as Robert indicated, we're going to have to pay for them at current cost.
Okay. And the CMAR's financial position relative to the city is not being changed by this action, or we're taking on undue financial risk now that the CMAR is bearing.
I think actually some of these questions would be more appropriate in a different setting, but no.
Okay. At some point, there's going to get to be a legal discussion, I have a feeling, and I just want to make sure we get this out.
I think it's turned into that tonight.
Yeah. So, all right. I just want to get those points. He's saying it's different. Robert, I would talk with him. Thanks. So.
Questions, comments?
Since we've got Jeff here, I mean, we've all seen inflation, all that. The concern is we're blowing through our budget. You're our hired expert. So are we going to blow through our 6.1, 6.2 left in contingency from your vantage point today?
Well, we're nearly 60% done with the work. We're out of the ground. Everything's going vertical. We're starting to do inside buildings. Most of the major materials been procured. I don't see that happening, but we didn't see COVID happening. We didn't see what's going on in Europe happening either. So everything stayed the same given where we are. I think we're in very good, healthy shape. But it goes back to our whole crystal ball scenario. It's really tough to predict what might happen next week or next month.
I guess from a non-engineered layman's term, that's one of the reasons that we went CMAR is so that the AR is at risk, so that PLW has some skin in the game. So I guess it should go without saying, but we want to be fair. But we entered into the contract way back when, did all the pre-buys and all of that. So I think it's our intention to get the project. If it slips a little bit time wise, I think it will. But to come in on or under budget, and if there's ever an indication that we're not, then feel free to call any one of us. I know you'll let the staff know, but we're highly sensitive to this. So
bad news earlier than later is good.
And I think it's important for these particular changes, these were enhancements that actually some of them helped reduce the overall cost that the city would spend towards some of the deferred future capital projects. Some of the changes on work change directive number 1 that's included here. So it wasn't necessarily a management or costs are going up and we need more money. These were thoughtful engineering and mindful operational decisions that were made to help enhance the project, to help reduce some of those costs, whether they be operational capital down the road.
Agreed. Nobody is here responsible for COVID. Nobody here is responsible for war in Eastern Europe. There's clear understanding on that. It's just this project is already late, 90 or 120 days, and we haven't had a cost increase yet. It's probably going to come, and we're sensitive. We had a very uncomfortable discussion on water rates a week ago tonight, and anything that we go over and above is going to make that more painful and more uncomfortable. And so we just have to have very clear line of sight on what we're going to spend today or this in the process.
If I could just add to what Mr. Peters alluded to is those cost savings and just kind of put an actual number on that. It's in your packet, it's in your memo. But the $1 million we're adding to the contract tonight, a huge portion of that is because we saved $2 million on the filtration system, $375,000 annually on the maintenance of that. And then the bigger one is, since we don't have to expand our wastewater plant to accommodate the processed water coming off of this plant, we're avoiding about a $16 to $18 million expansion of that plant. So
this, $1 million tonight. A portion of that is going towards avoiding the cost of about $16 to $18 million. So it's all in the packet, but wanted to make sure that was out there, specifically what we're talking about.
Very good. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, and I think this this highlights, I think, why we chose or staff chose to go to the CMAR, since we had traditionally been design bid build because of the associative risks. Again, as Member Carbone said, the CMAR, the at risk, is the construction manager risk, and they guarantee us a price. If there's a shift in the market, they have to take that risk. This is certainly not in that realm, as it's an owner-elected change. So if you expand the scope or modify something that's not in the original bid, then obviously we have to pay for it because that's not their risk. So I feel comfortable with where we are. $6 million additional in contingency to help deal with anything that is a hiccup along the way, which will happen. Certainly doesn't bust our budget. If we have something significant and it has to come to us because there was a design issue, there was something unforeseen, then certainly that's a different challenge. But right now, I feel very comfortable with where we are for such a project of, actually the last two projects that we had that were massive, the library and this, we both did CMAR, and we've been able to navigate around some significant headaches with projects of this size. So I would commend staff for their management of this project and all the ones that they've done with the CMAR.
Very good. Last chance. All right. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
You just wanted to use.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Thank you for that. We're back to Member Orlando. Item number 8, please.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2022-67. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is for a Design Services Award for two related and integral projects. That is improvements at our Hill House Annex, where we have currently traffic operations, and then the Orange Street Service Center Phase 2. Very pleased we moved into Phase 1, which was primarily the administrative and support offices at Orange Street, but need to keep going there to modernize and bring those critical employees the workspaces to do the work that we expect of them. So this project was a part of the capital improvement program that Council has seen several times and been updated upon. It's reached the phase now where we can award the design, and as noted, this is going forward with the CMAR approach. We've used that successfully not only, as was noted, on the surface water in the library, but also the fire station number 4 replacement, which we're moving into this week, and also the adjacent animal shelter, which is a separate contract. So went through the process, had very good responses. Our proven method, track record, took the approach of evaluating those, scoring those, and then bringing those in for interviews. All this was described in the Thursday packet in advance and is in your packet again for this evening. I had the two top firms come in and interviewed them. Pleased to provide the recommendation tonight for QUORUM Architects. They are, in fact, proven successful with that animal shelter. They also have experience with municipal facilities such as this. They will be teaming up with Kimley Horn as part of their team on that. And so this award tonight will, just as the other successful projects, continue that work and allow us to go forward for the guaranteed maximum price, which we'll bring to you later. Anything else you need to, Robert or Trent?
No, Mr. Pearson, thank you very much.
For the recommendation tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from council?
Sure. Mayor, and one, I want to say, the staff, I appreciate you talking with me over the last few weeks when this came through in the Thursday packet. Voiced my concerns. I know y'all worked to address it. To certainly appreciate all the effort that staff has put into this. I just can't get to a yes for this. I think the no knock against the architectural firm. I'm sure that they're great. I know that they worked with us on the animal shelter. We felt the animal shelter was a specialty design, required somebody who had direct experience dealing with animal shelters. These buildings are not. My concern is that, we have a number of local architects and teams that bid on this, and the architect we're selecting is in Fort Worth. So I think, no doubt that they can perform, no doubt that they would do a good job on the design side, but I think this is not in keeping with a priority that we have stated up here at the dais, that we want to prioritize hiring local. Considering the scores and some of the firms that were on here, I think that there is an opportunity for us to get a high quality service, but still have people who would likely hire or hire Pearlanders or spend money in Pearland once the contract is awarded. So for me, that's why I will be a no towards this contract.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Member Carbone?
I mean, I as well been a proponent of keeping the dollars local. I guess, does staff have any comment?
I'll start, and then Robert and Trent can chime in. But in the criteria that you saw, there is a provision for a part of, but not sole, the local experience. And so that is considered, but not the only factor. And the overriding, the compilation of all these things is to make sure that the city is best served by the professionals that are going to be the best on this project. And it is specific to the work here. And QUORUM, I don't think we can say, well, we like a process here, but not in another place. We don't pick and choose it that way. It's the scoring, it's the interviews, it's all documented, it's fair to all the applicants. I think that's why we get a good competition. We've shown that again and again. A wide variety of professional firms that we employ, and interest in that because everybody understands and respects the process. But anything else, John or Robert?
Mr. Pearson, Council, Mayor, with regards to that, I know you mentioned Fort Worth, but technology today, we all look around that, but that's why they also did partner with a local firm of Kimley Horn to do their civil and drainage and hydrology work associated with that, to have that local presence, to be based out of there as well. With regards to looking back at their expertise, I mean, yes, we did select them. They have expertise in animal shelter, but the founder, Mr. David Duman, one of the principals there, their background has actually surprised us all, is very strong in the fleet and facilities for public works. One of the components, of course, is a fleet facility for fleet maintenance. And so that was one of those items that staff had informed me. It kind of brought that to the forefront. And so that was one of our specialties, as you want to talk about. These are specialty items in terms of the fleet facility. And then, of course, looking at public works and what we were going to do out of the warehouse as well on the Orange Street Service Center.
I just closed. All the firms had equal opportunity. The two that rose the highest were invited in for the interviews, and they had equal opportunity. And the scoring and the same process we followed, fairly is before you tonight.
Okay, Member Owens.
Yeah, the dollars on this, it's $2.2 million just for the design, right?
I'm sorry, Councilman Owens, could you please just repeat that one more quick time for me? You broke up.
On this here, I show on Orange Street and the other one, estimated amount of $2.2 million for the design aspect. So
that's correct. But that's design, construction services, bidding, subcontractors, all in.
Yeah, and since QUORUM's out of Fort Worth, out there, it does bring up a lot of concerns. I mean, we got, best I can figure right now, we got about 178,000 engineering firms here in this area, with Houston and everywhere else. Through there, we have to go to Fort Worth and find somebody.
Might be slightly exaggerated.
That does bring up a concern. The second thing is, the money to use it, is this going to be COs that we're selling to do this?
I don't know if you can pull up the agenda items. I'm looking at page 452.
Yeah.
So that's all in there. The source of funds, per the adopted budget of the city council, per the adopted capital improvement programs of the city council, source of funding is a combination of certificates of obligation, which meets the adopted council financial policies for use of those, and then also the water and sewer funds.
Yeah. Well, my concern is getting somebody from out to come in here and do this, and I'll tell you the reason why. I mean, there's got to be some firms around here that we can utilize in order to do this, because this is going to be paid from the tax base of the Pearland people that live here are going to pay for these. And if they don't have people that are working here, living here, paying every day, they're not paying the taxes.
The counter to that would be is the city has more exposure for a project that if we employ somebody that didn't score the highest. I'm not saying anybody else couldn't do the work, but that's the process we've followed. And I don't know if by state law that you can say, well, we like these guys because they happen to have a shingle, a little bit closer than the other one.
Yeah, I would say there's probably a good opportunity to have people around here doing that, but it'd certainly be better if they lived in Pearland or worked in Pearland so they could pay for the taxes too that we're going to have to pay for to have this done. Right now, the estimate on it's $2.2 million on this. What is the whole program on this, on the design, if we add that in there for the two facilities? What's that total cost? Operations, maintenance, and total cost of those facilities.
Are you looking, Councilman Owens, it's $2.2 million to do the full design work?
Yeah.
Across, for both buildings?
About the whole thing. Once we do the design, the construction, and all of that, to build these facilities, what kind of cost, the operations, and maintenance of it?
So on your screen and also up there for display, you're looking at, sorry, let me just go from Hill House. Road annexation, you're looking at about $8.6 million in construction. And then Orange Street Service Center, looking at budgeted about $22 million associated with that for those. Of course, still having to take that next step of advertising, locating, and selecting a construction manager at risk.
Looks like we're going to be spending quite a bit on certificates of obligation to get this done, isn't it? Which we're doing that now more than certificates of obligation is getting pretty heavily used, not only in general fund areas, but in water, wastewater areas now. Okay.
Any other questions, comments from council?
I would just, again, just kind of respond to staff, or not, or at least compliment them. I don't question your judgment at all. I think y'all made I think y'all scored it fairly, and you came to a conclusion I just can't come to. I just don't see. Especially for a value. Being in this industry, I don't see that there's much in the way of what we're designing that's so specialized that we would have to go to a firm that's out of town. Certainly that they have some slight amount more experience than some of the other firms that are on the list. I can argue the benefit of that, which I won't, but I could just say that's the reason I'm voting no, is because I really want us to work hard to try and find local firms where the money is circulating locally. Again, I'm just one vote no, but that's why I'm voting no.
Be a no for me also.
Any other questions, comments?
Mayor, just real quick, thank you to the team on the memorandum quoting the FAs and the different financial metrics and the design. It's appreciated. So I appreciate that format.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Kamkar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
No.
Member Owens?
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
All right. Moving to new business item number 9. Member Carbone, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution R 2022-70. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report. Staff report.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is you don't see these often. They've come across a few times over the last few years, but this is a proposed variance to the city's alcohol ordinance. And specifically, this is a property that's located off Broadway, west of 288, there by Shadow Creek High School. And there's a specific shopping center development that's going in. And two tenants that have come in that are planning to move into that location are seeking a variance to allow the sale of alcohol beverages by a food and beverage certificate holder, and that's key here, within 300 feet of a public school in this case. Just to clarify for the council, the way the rules are set up under our ordinance, and as a matter of fact, I don't know, Josh, could you pull the map up on here? The way it's measured under the ordinance and state law is essentially you measure your distance. The 300-foot distance has to be measured between the property lines of, in this case, the property line of the shopping center. And could you expand that just a little bit? Show the shopping centers there. So if you'll notice there, that shopping center, there are two shopping centers on one parcel there. I guess that is one. Well, are those two separate lots, Julie? Okay, that is one lot. So anyway, you have the shopping center there on the left that's highlighted, and you'll notice that is the property line. It shares a property line with Alvin Independent School District, specifically Shadow Creek High School. And Shadow Creek High School, their lot extends all the way down that private drive to from the high school there, down the private drive all the way back to Broadway. And because they share a property line, they are the distance between them is technically zero. And so what they're looking for is to get a variance to allow two businesses to locate in the shopping center there on your left, I guess the westernmost shopping center. They're looking for a tenant on each end cap of that development, and they've made an application for that. I just want to reiterate that the variance standard that the council can grant a variance under this is that if you determine it's not in the best interest of the public, that it constitutes waste or inefficient use of land or other resources, or that it creates an undue hardship on an applicant for a license or permit, that it does not serve its intended purpose, is not effective or necessary, or for any other reason after consideration of health, safety, and welfare of the public and the equities of the situation, determines it's in the best interest of the community. So those are the standards by which the council can weigh this request. And again, if you'll look at this particular request, you've got the shopping center. They share a property line, so clearly it's not in compliance at this time. The variance request would be to allow this, again, for the limited purpose of a food and beverage certificate holder. So what it would allow is a restaurant that would have a food and beverage certificate and have to comply with the percentage rules for selling alcohol, beer, wine, mixed drinks, and so forth. And then this is, I'll let the applicant sort of outline and make their case with respect to the distances, but this shows the distances between the actual high school, and then of course it shows the adjacent property line that creates the conflict for them. So.
All right. Thank you for that. We do have one citizen citizen request to address this. Ms. Julie Ward, are you here just to answer questions? If so, okay. So just want to make sure that we called on you. Secondly, Member Perez has something to say.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's necessary for the benefit of the citizenry to disclose. I do have a tie into this project. My company worked on the civil engineering for those who constructed the shell buildings. We did not work for the tenant, so I'm kind of agnostic to the tenant's involvement here, but I do think because we have that association with the project, that should be disclosed to the public that we have a tie there.
Okay. Thank you for that. Open it up to other questions, comments, concerns from council. Member Owens?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can make the change of 300 feet through there, I guess, on there, but I think it opens the door that you have to do it on the next one. It requests also for a school and how close you can have alcoholic beverages under the code there for the school. So if you do it for one, you might as well get ready to do it for the others if it ever comes back to that. And, you know, we turned down one on this property right out here in the front because it's so close to Shady Crest School. It was 275 feet. So, you know, they had to turn the property back loose and get it out of here because it, you know, they'd be selling alcohol there. But, you know, if you make the change for one, you might as well change the code altogether. And so I'd be against changing this at all, just for one area.
Talking about this specifically, the reason I'm not opposed to it, it does meet, in my opinion, the intent of the ordinance, as it is well more than 350 feet from the actual school building. The reason that it meets this ordinance is because rather than dedicating the drive that goes to the school as a public road, they decided to make it a driveway and allow the adjacent properties to gain access through that. So the proximity is actually to the driveway and not the school. And I'm not sure that, did we get an opinion from the school district as to whether or not they're...
Yeah, so we actually had word from the applicant or owner had reached out to the school, and the school said that they had no preference on it. So I asked staff to follow up with the superintendent of Alvin ISD to get their thoughts on it, and I believe Ms. Nelson sent back an email stating that they were neutral on the issue. It was up to us to make the determination. Member Little?
Do we know if does the building where the applicant's located, do they border the actual property there where the red line's indicated at 225 feet? Is that the school district's property?
Yes, the 225 feet distance that you see measured there, that's from the the center of that building to the school district's property line, and so that's 225 feet.
Okay. Do we know if Alvin School District has any plans to build on that vacant land?
That I don't know who owns the property.
Okay. I was confused on that. Does this come up to?
Yeah. So the issue, to make sure we orient it, as Julie's going to the podium, so that tract of land that's immediately south of the buildings in question is not owned by the school district, but the driveway is owned by the school district. So therefore, it touches the property because it's adjacent, and so that's what's causing the issue. Had that been a public access or a public roadway, this wouldn't even be up for discussion. If I'm understanding correct. I don't want to speak for Darren.
That is correct.
Darren, what is the date of these letters? Because I looked through them and I didn't see a date on when they were received. Are they recently, like the last 90 days kind of thing, or are they?
Yes, those letters were received last week.
All right. I live in relatively close proximity here. The school is not new. The driveway is not new. The rules are the rules. It's owned by the school district. And for those who don't venture out to this part of the world, there are a lot of kids that walk off of this main drag. I got nothing wrong with pizza. I like Thai food. But the beverage component is real. And for anybody who hasn't been keeping an eye, we're not the best on code enforcement. We're not the TABC. We're not the best on all these things. A lot of activity in close proximity, and there's a lot of children that access that area. The main part of the residential area is directly north of here. There's also an apartment complex in close proximity. There's also retail to the directly to the east and to the northeast. The school hasn't moved. School's been there. When you go sign up, You know who the property owners are on there, and you have a due diligence process. None of this is new. So I'm going to say the letter of the law. There's a reason the ordinance is written the way it is. So I'm gonna stick with that.
If I may, can I make one comment, please? I do know, thank you all for hearing this. I do know that you did state that retail development to the left or to the east of this, there is alcohol being served in that development to the east of us as well. And then in terms of, the fact that there are two applicants, I apologize on this exhibit. It shows one applicant itself is 225 feet from the property boundary. However, I can say the applicant on the far western boundary is more than 300 feet from that property line.
John, what's the person she's referencing to the east? I'm assuming they're outside the boundary, and the person on the western end that I guess is outside the boundary, has there been somebody gone to mark that off? For this application to have a variance, I'm assuming somebody checked and said that they're not in compliance.
I apologize. I'm talking about the one to the east of the school road, Shadow Creek High School Road.
Yeah, there's a property separating them from the school's property.
So are they in compliance, that particular reference?
That property is in compliance because it's not adjacent to the school district's property.
So the rule doesn't apply in this case, and they meet the.
They were not required to apply for a variance because of that.
They're in a different bucket. So if there's somebody that complies with the thing, I will support them complying. But the number is the number. We have tape measures, and this due diligence process accounts for this. So I am where I'm at.
Fair enough. Any other questions, comments? Member Carbone?
Yeah, if the applicant could get a letter of support from the school, I'd be in favor. But as is, I hear both sides. I'm going to err on the side of this is a variance to allow somebody to drink and then exit the shared driveway that's owned by the school district. Just sounds bad. If the school district wants to support it, I'll support it 100%. But just looking at it, I get the arguments both sides, but I'm going to err on the side of caution.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none.
I have a quick question. It's would we be able to do a variance in a way that it would be tied to like a conditional use process to say like you can't sell liquor or you can't sell, I don't think they're trying to sell liquor necessarily. You can't sell drinks until after school hours. Is that something that we could do, or it's not really on the table?
Regulating that, and that would be more of a challenge. I mean, we have never regulated the timing on those sales. And so, because they're going to have a state permit that allows the sale of alcohol. So we're just regulating, can you do them at this location? I think that would be taking an additional step that we don't typically regulate.
I'll go order a beer at 2:30 and let y'all know.
Yeah.
So it's that property.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for a vote.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Camcar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
No.
Member Orlando?
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
All right. Moving forward, matters removed from consent agenda, there were none. Other business, there were none. Mayor council issues for city council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, would you put item number 10 on the table, please?
Yes, sir, Mayor. This is consideration and possible action on a motion to forgive outstanding utility bill arrearage in excess of 15 days not to exceed, and to direct staff to establish and publicize a billing resolution fast track form online. So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Thought we were going to repeat a month ago. So with that, this was placed on the table from two members of council, so I'll defer to them first, and then we'll go to any staff wrap-up.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the best way to start talking about this is that what I've always said and what's been echoed by a lot of folks is that there's really two big issues with utility billing. That's one, bringing down the amount that is owed back to the acceptable level, and two, restoring the public trust. So as we've discussed and as we're updated very regularly, 3230 is successfully accomplishing that first objective and reducing the billing backlog as scheduled. Unfortunately, I think as every single person here and probably sitting over there and probably in the audience would agree, we have not been successful at restoring the public trust around this issue. Another thing that I guess should just also kind of be noted is that at the same time, largely separate from this specific 3230 question, is something that's happened for a while, which is that people get bills with higher usage than they expected, and they don't always get a good answer for why that is. And that's the stereotypical, oh, you must have a leak, that then went away or something. So that's also an issue. And then just on top of all that, so you have those issues very easily mixed up. Whether that's in the media or on the internet, it's really easy to conflate those things. There's a lot of different issues going on here. So despite a lot of work by folks in this room, by staff, by the committee, by the folks on the dais, there's not trust there. And so the solution that has been brought up before was one of the initial proposals that we had, would get rid of the 3230 plan by setting up a true-up bill for the outstanding arrearage. Completely legitimate approach. It was presented to us initially as one of the three options that we were given. It was personally not one that I could get behind, and for some reasons already previously expressed, but people are pinched by 8% inflation, a tremendous economic uncertainty. We have folks on fixed income. And to me, it was not right to send people an unexpected bill for a problem that the city and not the people of Pearland created. And we spent a lot of time talking about the undue hardship of a $5 bill on folks with limited or fixed incomes. And so sending a bill which would have been significantly more than that if this was proposed originally, and is still much more than the $5 now, wasn't tenable to me. Further, in listening to the committee chairman when this was presented at the August 14th meeting, the quote that I have from that was, despite making this recommendation to do the true-up calculation, quote, we do doubt, or sorry, to send out the true-up bills, quote, we do doubt the arrearage calculation. So that made it extremely difficult for me to justify sending out a bill to folks with the committee supporting that policy, not confident even that we would be sending folks a bill that was correct or that they could stand by. And so that was difficult for me. I shared the objective, and increasingly share the objective, that we need to hit a reset button and restore trust. It's clear that that part is not going to get there on the current track. And so Member Hernandez and I worked on this item in two parts, but really it's to accomplish the same thing, address the same concerns that have been raised by Mayor Cole, that have been raised by the committee, which is we want to reset and put this behind us as quickly as possible so that we can get AMI implemented and get on with the good work of the city. And the two parts are a debt forgiveness, which is forgiving the outstanding balance of the excess arrearage, so that we don't have to wait until for another year for this to be slowly drawn down by 3230. And then secondly, to immediately create a simple form, which we've called the billing resolution fast track, but we could, whatever, that is just, we've told people to send in emails, we've told people to contact us individually, we've tried to give troubleshooting. If there was one document where I can say, this is what I paid and this is what I normally pay, and here's any other comments I have, and to have a fast track where you will be contacted, but it's very clear to people how they can get it resolved. And so the action for tonight would be two parts. A, for staff to prepare how to fairly bring this issue about, and to get a final pricing on it. As we've seen in some of the reports, as we've seen in this packet, the amount of days in arrearage vary by the 4 different cycles. And so I think I would want to be comfortable with this. I would want those to be standardized so that somebody doesn't get 15 days excused and somebody gets 10. So I think that would be an issue of ensuring that we're doing that in an equitable way. And then identifying a final price tag. That's been all over the place. That's been a concern with everybody, calculating the arrearage and how much it is. So I think bringing that to us and having a vote on that at that meeting. And then secondly, B, putting together that billing resolution fast tracked, which I think could be done much more quickly, could be immediately put together and publicized, that until we have AMI, until you can yourself go on and receive an alert or check and see when am I using water, or when does my meter say that I'm using water, and validate that in close to real time. We need to have a one-stop shop. Everybody up here can know it. Everybody on the internet will know. You go to pearland.gov /complaint, water complaint. And that's what it is. And so that could be done immediately. But I think there are differences of opinions that have been there since the very beginning about the best way to adjudicate this. Again, I think we share the philosophy that the public trust is not there and that we want to get past this more quickly than we are slated to do, so that we can get on with the other important priorities that we have in the city, and so that we can get this right for people, and get them feeling confident that it is right. And so look forward to any other input on that, and greatly appreciate all of Member Hernandez's in particular feedback and input on this to get this to a place that I think is would work well for the people of Pearland.
All right, thank you, Member Orlando, and thank you for bringing this forward and having another discussion on it. We do have 5 citizens who signed up to speak. I'd like to bring them up to speak, and then I think we can also then go to staff, and some of their staff report is they have kind of very quickly put some numbers and try to get their arms around this request from a week. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to, we're going to go to citizens first.
I don't even remember, what is the item that we're specifically asking to be done tonight? Like, what's the action that there's a vote on?
So if I could say that, it was the 2 parts. One is staff will bring forward, and I believe they shared in the memo that they would need until, I believe it was the April 25th meeting, to bring together a vote that would ensure that it would give a final price tag and ensure that there's an equitable distribution of the forgiveness. And so we would be voting on them bringing that forward on that meeting. And we would also be voting not to postpone, but immediately creating the fast track resource.
Oh, okay.
Those are the 2 items.
There's a lot of diatribe there, and we got lost in thought.
Thank you, Mayor. First, we have Joy Farmer. If you please would make your way to the podium. No, it's been a minute, so I'll refresh the rules. Please state your name and address for the purpose of the record. We've got a 3-minute timer right up there for you. Thank you so much for your patience and for joining us tonight.
Thank you. My name is Joy Farmer. I live at 3205 Lee Circle. And regarding forgiving the water billing, I think that is a bad idea, because ultimately it will still come back to be taxpayers paying for that. As you have spoken about tonight, you have $6.5 million that you're blowing through. Well, you're going to blow through it really fast if you forgive this water billing. Also, on a comment from Mr. Cole, Mayor Cole, on Facebook, he said that it would be about $40 per household, right? Okay. Well, I'm retired. I'm on a fixed income. I can afford that $40 because I could just not go out to eat a couple of times. And then it was also stated that this would come through property taxes or rate increases. That, again, that proposal would take advantage, and the city would profit from their mistake, their error. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mayor, we have Ralph King, if you would please make your way to the podium. And thank you also, Mr. King, for your patience this evening.
Hi, Ralph King, 2805 South Galveston. I was the geek on the water committee.
I find it interesting that you're trying to move forward since we made our recommendations over a year ago. And we also made the recommendations that we have the stop date at the lowest consumption part of the year. You're not only a day late, you're a year late, and you're going into the highest consumption, so the arrears amount that has to be covered is going to be increasing in the next 2 months. I also find it very interesting that you're more interested in trying to get a expedited problem solving on high billing instead of focusing on generating an accurate and correct bill to start with. The city has the data to do the statistical analysis to validate the readings in order to ensure an accurate bill, but it's too hard. But yet you can implement an expedited problem solving and have the actual users track their consumption to find your mistakes. I find that unacceptable. And additionally, to write this off as if you take money out of one pocket and give it back to us and then raise the water rates or raise our property taxes in order to get it back is a shell game in its worst. And so my point to make, you have issues with metering that need to be addressed that are not currently, and you can solve it. You have the data, you have the capability to do the validation. And generate a bill, most people will pay for it. Of those that don't, work it out with them on a one-by-one basis. It will not be very many. And the reality of it is you wring your hands about whether we're going to go raise literally millions of dollars on drainage plans, and you sweat the bullets on generating a bill for something I already owe. What is the lunacy of this, folks? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. King. Next, we have Denise Hewitt. You would please make your way to the podium, and would like to thank you as well for your patience this evening. Thank you for joining us. Okay.
Yeah. My New York fast talk out, so I'd like 5 minutes, please. I was the vice chair on the ad hoc.
Understood, okay.
So I guess what I want to do is kind of walk through some of this because I think there's some misconceptions or misrepresentation. This is Mr. Orlando's document that brought us here tonight. I've been speaking out on the water billing personally since February of 2020. That's 25 months. 25 months. And now we're going to try to hurry up and do something, right? You could have done it last month, but you couldn't get a second. Could have done it a couple months before that. You said no. Could have done it in August, and when we presented, and not waited till November. There's a lot of time that you've sat on this, and now we want to hurry. So you went through one legal review. You hired a consultant. You went through a consultant review, and you still found no actionable answer. So you put together, council handpicked, appointed an ad hoc citizens committee. There were 8 members. And city staff was assigned to support the effort. And just to clarify, Councilman Orlando's assertion, those opposing the 3230 plan have provided only one alternative, sending a one-time catch-up bill to each water customer in Pearland, which would balance the backlog on the backs of customers, saddling every household and business with an unexpected expense amid record inflation, fuel prices, and economic uncertainty. Why did we just wake up? Because 25 months ago, I told you, I got 2 bills, and then poor John Branson's trying to do his magic math to show us how the 3230 plan was going to go because it was a much bigger issue than what you council ever even realized. So this isn't, Councilman Orlando in one of the meetings made the statement that he would not vote in a positive manner for the cessation of 3230 because it would be unfair. The communications alone would be difficult to get all the citizenry, their mindset changed, right? So it's different now. The committee was not solely comprised of members with opposing views. There were 3 of us that were challenging you. That was Jimmy Davis, Ralph, and myself. The other 5 were mixed. Some didn't have enough information. They didn't even know there was a water billing issue and that there was a 3230 plan. And so they came in with really innocent eyes. There were some that were not opposed to it. There were others that had no feeling. They just wanted to understand it. So all the decisions that we made, we were required to be under a 6-8 majority rule. 6 members out of the 8 of us had to be in agreement in order to make a decision. And we sat down, and the first thing that we talked about was complete forgiveness. And we were informed by the city that there wasn't funding in the enterprise fund because the enterprise fund had to be totally independent. They have to generate their own money. They can't get funds from anywhere else, and there was no money in which to do that. And if we did it, we would raise the rates. So we said, well, that's not what we want to do. And then budget director at the time, John McCarter, it was near the budget season, the end of budget, I guess they were closing books or whatever. He said, you know what? We sort of have a $1.2 million overage. We could use it to do this. And so we worked really hard to get information out of the city, and we never did. All we got back in about 3 weeks was, well, if we use that, we're just going to have to raise rates. And so we said, well, that's really not what we want to do either, right? So we worked with Nancy Massey to develop a plan of how we could stop 3230. And the committee developed a mission statement that said every water customer will pay for what they owe. They'll pay no less, they'll pay no more. And so we worked with Nancy. Nancy socialized this within the city. The committee finished it. We had a unanimous 8 thumbs up for the cessation plan. And I'd take a little bit of exception that that was the only plan you were handed, Mr. Orlando. It makes it sound that that's what we came with. We started with your plan and was told, no, we can't do that. You couldn't go over and get property tax money and run over and give it to the enterprise fund. That wasn't allowed, is what we were told. And then out of property tax, you have people that are on.
Ms. Hewitt, let's go ahead. 5 minutes have passed, so let's if you can wrap your comments up.
So I'm not in favor. I'm absolutely frustrated with the fact that all the work that we put in and the time that we've waited, we now have this idea of forgiveness when we're so close to the end of the race, right? Let it run out. The idea was that you do a one bill, you give those that didn't want to pay, you give them the opportunity in which to finish out their 3230 plan without any fees.
Ms. Hewitt, your time has expired.
I understand.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Next, Mayor, we have Jimmy Davis. And thank you also for your patience, Mr. Davis.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street. Gentlemen, all of y'all have a piece of paper that I gave you. I'm going to reference a couple things in my discussion. For this fiscal year, according to the budget dashboard, water and sewer revenues expected to be $9.6 million under expenses. The expected revenue from charges for services is almost $54 million. The enterprise fund last year received a negative outlook from Fitch. I was surprised seeing an agenda item proposing to forgive all arrearage and get everyone caught up. I reviewed the memo from Councilman Orlando and did an analysis based on data he provided, and the best information I as a resident have. I estimate the cost gets caught up. This could be at least $1.5 million, and that's on the low side. Of course, nobody can know the real number, and any future proposal will not be a guaranteed number either because it changes every week. The only way to have a firm number is to produce a bill. Reading the memo, it appears the plan is to use property tax money to pay for it. That means that people in Pearland who have their own water well and septic will be paying for a bad decision by the city manager, because this is from him, according to Olson and Olson. The enterprise fund is supposed to be self-sustaining. We've been told that many times. What message will it send to credit rating agencies if the city of Pearland will pull money from property taxes so they can forgive services from the enterprise fund? Will this open up the city to legal challenges by property owners who don't have the services, but they're paying for someone else's water consumption? Landlords of the 2,500 plus renters will be paying for water consumption of the renters that have service in their name. The committee you formed recommended one bill true-up. However, the committee was consistent in recommending that when you do that true-up, give consideration to people who can't pay a little extra and maybe consider forgiving it. Perhaps this is an opportunity for compromise. Produce the true-up bill. See how much money it really is, and then consider giving everyone a credit. If there really is a pool of money out there that's available, you could take the April meter reads, bill them after the March meter reads are billed and sent out, and then start billing the May meter reads within the 15 days per AWWA. This will give you the time necessary to update all your rate tiers, recalculate your winter quarter average, which is now 32 days, and get them all approved. Then when you have the fixed numbers, you can decide if you want to do a forgiveness of a certain amount. You know, maybe every residential account gets a $20 credit and businesses get $100, whatever, but that way it's equitable. Whether you use 2,000 gallons a month or 10,000 gallons a month at your home, everyone gets the same credit. Everyone is getting something they aren't actually due, so it's a gesture of goodwill. That may go a long way to help restoring some public trust. You can choose to ignore the residents like you have for 2 years. But I implore you, don't make a decision that's going to result in higher water rates and possible bond defaults or credit downgrades. It's not a big deal to those up there that don't have to pay for water where they live, but it is for those of us who do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And next, Mayor, we have Joseph Koza, who will be our final speaker on this item. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Koza.
My name is Joseph Koza. My address is 2403 Green Tea Drive. I bring a different perspective to this. I'm a citizen of the city. I feel that what happened to these folks on the committee was a total disaster. Y'all came up and asked them to do something. They gave you a reasonable plan to attack it, and all of y'all done is stonewalled them, just like we saw tonight when Mayor said earlier. It was kind of like he was the kindergarten teacher looking over the kindergartners. This has been a disaster. We sat here this evening and argued over $20,000. Now we're looking at what, $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million, $2.5 million, and we're willing to write this off. Supposedly, we consume the water. So why don't we owe for what the water is? We want to sit there and take this money and raise our water rates in the future. I sat here in this room 1 week ago at a workshop where next year we're forecasting 12.5% increase. Year after, 29%. The year after that, 26%. Inflation, remember Orlando? 30% is strict, really out of control inflation. If you really are concerned about inflation, you wouldn't be proposing this. About the end of 21, it looked like we had something from y'all coming in and going to take care of this problem. Early this year, for whatever reason, the cats ran all over everywhere, and we couldn't get them back. That's a reference to what y'all talked about earlier with the cats running loose. Now, for political reasons, and political reasons only, we have this proposal from somebody that has a challenger this election cycle. I find it really, really laughable that this even comes up, that we're going to write off somewhere between $1 to $3 million. That's all I have to say, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Koza. Mayor, that concludes our speakers for this item.
All right, thank you for that. Moving to staff, I believe you have a presentation on what has been requested, at least some of the information.
Yeah, so Mayor, this was a mayor and council item request, and we need to get some consensus. We did try to preempt or anticipate some of the questions, so we did provide that. I don't know if you put that up, Joshua.
Would it be better, Clay, if I
Yes.
put some questions on
Yeah,
the table
sure.
and then you guys respond to it? All right. One of the things that I wanted to
I
make
also, just as a point of personal privilege, was just dragged by 5 people, many of whom exceeded their timeline. So the opportunity for me to respond would be appreciated at some point.
We're not done with the item, Member Orlando. I promise you, we're not done with the item. You'll have your opportunity to speak. I also want to make sure, from the citizens' perspective, we need to make sure we don't have unintended consequences of where we're headed with this request. We got into this 3230 in the backlog with some unintended consequences. It happened. It happened here at the city. How it happened and all of that can be debated till God comes back, and we may never know the true answers. But we can now control what we do moving forward. And so I want to make sure that we discuss a few things and have some questions on the table as to how, what, and where, what do we need to do. We can get into the political fallout and all of that. That can be discussed later. But first, so I sent staff a list of questions over the weekend to be prepared for tonight based on this item and based on the agenda item request put forward by the 2 council members. First question was, really and truly, because we didn't have it, we just had a number, and it was 1.7 million, and it's grown. But I wanted to know what was the percentage between both residential and commercial. And we have now found out that our best, and I'm just going to use the word guess, because that's what it is, as Mr. Davis talked about. We really won't know the full amount until somebody actually produces a bill. But staff, share with us and the public what your best guess at the arrearage, and that's taking every account down to a 15-day number. And 15 days is the maximum under an AWWA standard. It's typically 10 to 15 days. So 15 would be the maximum under the AWWA standards. And the request that the council members put forth was forgiving and bringing that backlog down to 15 days for every account. So, staff, could you tell us what that number is? Best guess. And again,
So Joshua,
to the point, I think a month ago, the number was around 40 on the residential side. It's now 47 because people are using water more. They're watering grasses, their pools are, evaporations and those types of things is starting to happen. So we're hitting a season where water consumption is going to start going up.
So Joshua, if you can go to slide 4. So Mayor, this is a breakdown, and this is the estimate based, we're showing the math here of what the latest build amount was by cycle, the current gap that's been whittled down to, potential, whatever the action is, if any, that difference, and taking an estimated amount based upon those. So for residential and commercial, it's 2.5. I thought, one more slide. And before that, yeah. So this is a residential only part of that. I think that was one of your questions, sir.
Right. Yeah, I was just wanting to know that because what was presented to us in the packet originally was just the 1.7, and then the commercial was out of it. So that number grew from 1.7 to 2.5 million. And so go to that next slide. And for those in the audience and anybody that's watching online, the number estimated for a given amount would be in the 2.5 million range. So, and again, that's best estimate today. So, what is a realistic time frame? And I think this was hit on in Member Orlando's comments. What's a realistic time frame to do the analysis and bring forward, to us whether or not we're actually going to do this? I heard somewhere in April, so another 30 days.
Right. So we were saying, just answering the question you posed, if there's a consensus tonight to try to look at something, we ask till the April 25 meeting, and then need some ordinances thereafter, presumably to implement something else after that.
Okay. So where would this $2.5 million come from? Does staff have an idea of where? I know the agenda item request email that was originally put forth was unallocated fund balance, which is property tax money that's sitting in the general fund. So where would staff anticipate this $2.5 million to come from?
Yeah, there's no good answer. The enterprise fund would be and should be the first look. But council could, it's not a good idea, extract that money from a general fund and make that for a governmental purpose over to the enterprise fund.
So that brings up a question to Mr. Coker on a governmental purpose. Is somebody's water bill paying for somebody's consumption? Is that considered a governmental purpose?
You're talking about using general fund revenues to pay for that? That was run by both our bond counsel and our financial advisor, and that would be considered a governmental purpose.
Okay. So it could be used to pay this down?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have folks in our community on well and septic and on private systems that don't pay into our water and sewer system?
I know we do. I just don't know the number. Somebody.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many. I'm sure we've got garbage customers that we bill and we don't bill their water and sewer. So those folks and their property taxes would be subsidizing people's consumption. Is that correct?
The only nuance to that is that money in the general fund comes from many different sources, and
sure.
So
okay. I mean, there could be some there.
It's more than a nuance. I don't want.
Right. Yeah. And so if we take it out of the enterprise fund, which is where all of this money, is generated and talked about. I mean, I guess the couple of concerns that I have. Number one is our bond covenants. What would that do to our bond covenants, extracting $2.5 million out of the bank and not having that to cover our bonds? And I know we don't know that until we actually do a bond issue, and that could fluctuate. I don't know if we did that bond issue today, we may be able to give a calculation on that. But more importantly, let's just assume it doesn't blow our bond coverage ratio. We saw last week in a water sewer rate model cash flow and how that was going to generate our rates moving forward. So if we extract $2.5 million out of this to pay for that, what would be the potential rate? And I'm talking water and sewer rates, not interest rates and those types of things. But what's a potential hit to water and sewer rates in the out years?
Rough order of magnitude is that every $500,000 would be a percentage point. So 2.5 be 5%.
So a 5% increase to what we saw. So as I think was mentioned, a 12.5% potential rate increase, this next year could be a 17.5% rate increase if we did this.
Wait, can we get a clarification here? Because I'm getting confused here. So we're talking about not collecting the revenue, but then we're talking about getting money for the general fund. Are we going to pay the bondholders or not?
My point of order would be this is proposed to come from the unallocated fund balance. So I guess maybe it makes more sense to focus on the critiques of that component than the potential rate increase, because I'm not proposing, nor my understanding is Member Hernandez pulling it from the enterprise fund.
All right. Or we could just say, as a body, do we want to worry about, do we want to advocate for forgiveness? And if we get to that point, then we can talk about where we would possibly take those funds from. But I think just...
We don't even have Eric Roche here to give us the rate model, so I just don't understand. I mean, I hear that, but we're trying to make the bondholders, I guess that's my understanding, we're trying to pay those guys off, right?
We're going to pay the bonds. I mean, it's...
Yeah, so I don't understand why that's affecting water rates, because all of that income from the water rates that we saw assumes that those guys get paid in October, November of this year.
Well, and so, with all due respect, I made a comment. If we take this out of the enterprise fund, not unallocated fund balance, I said that. So that's what I said. If we take it out of there, because council has to make the determination. Unfortunately, not 2 or 3 of you. Council has to make a determination on where you're going to take from this. Again, I want to make sure that the voters, that the citizens, the ratepayers, everybody out there has their eyes wide open to what we're talking about. I want to make sure that we vet 100% of anything that we talk about. Okay? That's all I'm asking for. Let's make sure that we don't have an unintended consequence. If we take it out of unallocated fund balance, okay, that's fine. What other potential issues are out there that we're going to have to set aside that money might be used for? And so we need to have that discussion. Okay. At the same time, you're right. We have 4 members of the ad hoc committee here. All 4 advocated that everyone should pay what they owe. So that's again rubbing this committee the wrong way for the time and effort that they put into it. So you see where I'm headed with this. I just want to make sure we have vetted what we're doing, and it's not a feel-good issue in the moment. And yeah, I'll tell you, we talked about this in November, and it appeared across this table. If we had a good proposal, we would collapse 3230. We'd figure up some kind of a true up and move forward. That was brought to this council in January by staff after hours upon hours of putting that together. And we said, no, we're not going to do it, which is council's prerogative. I brought it forward because we deserve an actual vote. The citizens that served on this committee deserve a vote. Staff and their time and effort deserved a vote. Couldn't even get a second. And here we are 1 month later, and we're discussing it. And so, yeah, I'm going to discuss it. So with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the council.
Mayor, let me, I'll just jump in. One of the more senior members up here, you know, I've kind of seen this from its onset to where we are now. I would say I've always viewed this basically the same. I've been kind of consistent in how I viewed it. I'm certainly open to better ideas where they presented. I just haven't found anything that convinced me to change course. I was very much appreciative of the work that the committee put in. You and me and Member Carbone helped select the committee. Had a dear friend serve on that committee who unfortunately is no longer with us. I honor all the work that she put in, all the work that everybody else put in. You know, I personally could not speaking as the body, but I personally could not get to a place where I thought abandoning the 3230 plan at that point was best for the citizenry. I honor those who disagree with me because there's not really a perfect plan. But from the onset, I've always categorized this as it's one of 3 issues. Either we make, or one of 3 solutions. We make everybody pay up front, we forgive it all, or we do some sort of payment plan in between, which is what the 3230 plan represented. We have never advocated against that middle ground of let's just have everybody pay incrementally. We've argued a little bit. Let's give them the option, and we've discussed, you know, how the difficulties that would cause to our system because of software. And I know that there's some different opinions there, and I don't want to, obviously, we don't want to get into the intricacies of that because they've been well discussed. But I think part of the issue we have now is we're not letting this problem go. I think that while the solution we have is imperfect, we're so far down the road with the solution that we might as well just let it proceed its course. Our best way for us to restore trust in the citizenry is for us to feel confident in the decisions that we made. I feel confident in the decisions we made, and I'm willing to advocate it. And I've talked to probably every single member of that committee that I have a personal relationship with, and advocated for what I thought was best. And again, honor that the fact that they may not have agreed with me, but I think the best decision for us now is to stay course, to feel confidence in the decision that we made, and move ahead. I do not think it's fair or right or thoughtful in the ways that I would want to proceed as a council member for us to forgive it, because it is a commodity, it is sold, it was used. No citizen has said we should not use it. There's nobody who's going to say you took some stereos out of Walmart, but we're just not worrying about you paying for it. That's really kind of what we're saying. I understand why the member, I don't mean to dissuade the members who brought this up and make it sound as if I'm personally irritated or anything with what them presenting. I think it's worthy of discussion, but I don't think the timing is necessarily where I would have presented it. This is a discussion for probably early on in the process and not where we are now. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the meeting where you offered for us to go to 3230 plan. I know Member Carbone presented it. There wasn't a second. I would have not voted for it, but I would have offered the second so we could at least get, to your wish, a vote on it. But I think regardless, we would have stayed course. I think that's where we need to be. I would also say, again, a phrase I have never used, but a point of personal privilege. We do not want to use this room for politics. Neither from this point or from this seat or any other. This room has always, and it's always remained, per your predecessor, a politics-free zone. I will not question anybody's motivations to present something that they presented. I trust everybody is up here is doing it for what they believe is the best for the city of Pearland, even though I don't agree with them. And I can tell you, probably the person that I'm closest to professionally on this dais, Member Carbone, he and I agree on very little when it comes to this dais. But I've never, ever questioned his motivations. I will never question the motivations of anybody up here. So I honor and appreciate that this was brought up. I understand that it's coming from a place of, do we really want to converse about this? Is it something that we want to move forward with? I'm a strong advocate of no. I don't really care where the money would come from. It's a commodity. We sold it. We should recover it. Nobody has asked for free water. They've just asked for that they get billed from it fairly. And we can argue about what we believe to be fair, which is a purely subjective term. We can argue about that until we're all blue in the face and never come to a consensus. But I believe what we've done is in the interest of what is fair. I believe what we did is probably the best decision considering the mess that we had. And I believe it's best for the citizenry that we stay the course. We put this issue to bed, other than putting all the work necessary to ensure it doesn't happen again. That's all I have, Mayor.
Real quick, Mr. King had a question or a comment about validating the meter reads, and can staff respond to the validation of our meter reads?
Be happy to, Mayor. Every billing that we do validate those readings. We validate the billing that goes out. So we do it through we audit the information that goes out on those bills to make sure that that is correct. Not only that, we also do the top 50 accounts. We contact them as a high consumption usage comparison as well. And so we do all the things that you're looking at. Unfortunately, it may not be something that we have the capability of seeing what it is, possibly, if that's what Mr. King is referring to.
Just a second, guys. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, and I'm going to ask if and Ralph, I know you've spoken once. I'd like to make sure that we get a heads up over here on when we're talking validation. I want to make sure that we're validating.
I'm
that we're on the
just
same page.
I just want to go and give the validation discussion as recommended by the committee.
Okay.
Okay. And that is, if you look at the top 25 accounts as the highest payable, they flag as additional research, just based on a number. And if I remember, you doubled it to 50 now because the 25 didn't catch them all. Now, here's the point. We have statistics. You have the data to run the statistics to say, is this read within the statistical consumption norms for the period of the year? Recognizing the summer uses more and the winter uses less. And you've got data going back to the beginning of that account to calculate that statistical standard deviation. And all you got to do is take the current read. Is it within the statistics or not? If it's not, flag it, and something's wrong. But it's too much work. Consistently being told it's too much work to look up a value and compare it to 2 or 3 standard deviations. It's just a step in the process. Their validation is, I took a reading, I validated that it actually read it, I generate a bill. I do a vertical slice audit, I check a few of the bills to make sure that the reading versus what I billed versus what the actually got printed is correct. That's their idea of validation. You've got folks, we've generated and graduated into the computer age. Big data is simple now. And you can do it literally by pushing a button if you do the programming.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. King. And I guess from that perspective, I mean, is that something that we can
Mayor, that's a
look
whole
at
other
or
topic that's really not presented here in terms of validation of the meters. We can go back and talk to you more.
And I'm just asking, is that something we can look at in the future?
I'd hate to say that yes or no right now.
Okay. All right. So questions, comments?
Maybe to that point, Mayor, if I could just real quickly, there is a second part to this that I think we should maybe get some feedback on as well, which is the fast track, and that is just giving our residents some type of very clear indicator of this is where you go if there are issues. And I think we make it so that we can contact them very quickly. And I know I've had long discussions with Nancy about this, and I do think that y'all are doing a fine job. A lot of the people that I've talked to that have gotten through and actually had these longer form conversations with your department have all had very positive things to say. I think you found resolutions for the overwhelming majority of them. But there are still some residents out there that I think are having difficulty as far as how do I get my concern heard by someone that they feel is actually qualified to hear it, and then give them some type of feedback that I think is going to be useful for them. So for there, I just wanted to, create a tool that gave people, a little bit more, I guess, reliability on the quality of the response that they're getting. So that's the other part of this. But I'll say, as much as a sample that we have here tonight, there's a whole nother, segment of the population, Mayor, that, again, I've spoken to them, and after we had this last meeting and some of the discussion that took place, I had quite a few individuals, and particularly, I think it's no secret, everyone knows I hang out in our senior communities. We've got a couple, senior communities here in Pearland, and I get invited to go to a lot of their events. And, a lot of individuals at these events come up and say, I'm so glad you didn't send me a catch-up bill. Even if it was $40, that's just out of their own possibility. And I had one person in particular who said, they remembered that you said, we're giving, hundreds of thousands or $1 million a year away to people that don't live in this. Pearland taxpayer dollars are going to provide fire service subsidies to non-Pearland taxpayers, yet we're being asked to pay for this water bill that was not our fault that we didn't know about it, and we're having to pay for this, and this has been going on forever and ever and ever. I said, that was actually the thing that kind of pushed me over the edge for this in particular, to maybe add some color to what Member Perez was saying. From the very beginning, when this was brought forward, I was like, oh, just send everybody a bill. I mean, if they owe it, they owe it. I mean, I'll pay it, and everybody pays it. And we ended up, and I was the sole member up here that said, let's send everybody a bill. And I went along and I very clearly said, if it's the will of council, I'll go along with this 3230 plan, which I think has, up to this point, been successful. And now we're at a point where I think forgiveness at that early point was probably not feasible. But now we've gotten to a number that is more manageable and something that is within the realm of possibility. I think that just kind of the circumstances for the options on the table have shifted. And again, you know, I just think that maybe I just live in a different segment of the populace that communicates with me. I was given, you know, a lot of support for this coming forward. But I did, you know, I started this. I don't want to lose sight. I would, you know, also like the feedback on the billing resolution fast track aspect of this as well, because I do think, you know, that was our number one priority in our council retreat, was that transparency and trying to make people feel that they can trust us. And I think a big part of that is making sure that they can trust the quality of the information they're receiving whenever they have a real issue, to say, oh my gosh, you know, whatever the number, I'll just make something. I used, you know, 200,000 gallons in, you know, 1 hour. How is that possible? And they're reaching out and, you know, maybe we've got certain employee. I know, Nancy, you just are leaps and bounds whenever I talk to you, above, you know, I think general knowledge that staff would have. So just trying to take that Nancy level knowledge and make it accessible to the people that really have that issue, and then say, this is where we go. These are our standard, you know, approved responses and so forth. I wanted something. I'm not really entirely sure what it looks like. And I know that I say that I lean on staff a lot. I know we've got great communication staff. We've got great UB staff, but just something that provides that expected high level of service for the people that really do have issues that I think deserve maybe a more immediate high level response. And I'll yield there for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Mann. All right, I want to get some data out here first. So what is the balance of unallocated fund balance roughly today, or I guess at the end of this month, here on the 28th, so I guess we're
The general fund?
in the general fund? Yes, sir.
So when we just shared out the mid-year allocation information, it was on the order of magnitude of 5 million. We suggested
5
providing a
million
buffer.
in change, or 5 million even? Is it like
Million.
5.6? There's a difference between 5,000,009 and 5.1. I just want to get clarification.
Closer to 5 million, right, Nancy? Amy? Closer to 5 million.
Yeah, so we got $5 million.
And we suggested a buffer given, you know, uncertainties, et cetera, of 2.5. So
I'm getting a lot of color here. I just want to get
I'm
facts
just
out here.
trying to give you the whole answer.
I appreciate that, city manager, as always. So we have the money. We've got $5 million. Now, unallocated fund balance means it's not appropriated to anything. It's not taking away. We're not taking away from police or fire. It's just there. And with respect, our favorite team members have not found a way to spend it yet.
Not true.
You have this unallocated fund balance.
We gave you a list of priority items that need to be addressed that
Okay,
will be brought
but
to the
it
mid-year.
has not been assigned yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I just want to get the factual data around what does that mean.
Yep.
So we have the money. I want to make sure I'm reiterating this very clearly and getting this correct. The dollars that are unallocated fund balance can be used to pay bondholders and offset this revenue that is due as part of water revenue. Is that?
Could, yes.
It's legal. Could be
Legal.
done. All right, so there's no unequivocal, we're not doing anything that is not in bounds. I heard all the comments here. I think that they're all good comments. What I would tell you, this is just Alex knowing, our financial advisor and our bond counsel are some of the most important people in the staff. Were they at these meetings that was had with the UB committee at any point in time? John Roebuck or
I don't believe they were at any of the meetings. We did consult them from time to time with questions that came up during those meetings.
No formal opinion or email saying these dollars are sacrosanct in this bucket or that bucket. That was never adjudicated clearly to the committee.
Correct.
Okay. So,
With the clarification, during my tenure, I came on in April, and the
fair.
committee was already meeting.
So if the data is faulty, it's garbage in, garbage out. I think that that's a fair comment to go and say, if you're being told you can only go down this channel here of decisions, you can only go down there. Now, let's fast forward to the August of last year, 21. Yeah. We had Mr. Sabo. I think we had multiple members of the committee and we had the mayor reiterate, forgiveness is not on the table. We don't want that. If you owe it, you pay it. And so when we're voting the 3230, somebody who sits on the council, and I think we've had, what, 2 votes or 2 items where it came up, but it didn't get a second. We had an issue on the stormwater fee for drainage where we didn't want to send people $5 a month. We did. That was Anthem couldn't do it, not going to be able to do it, not going to do it. And we heard a lot of people, some of them in this room, some of them from the business coalition, the chamber and others, tell us we can't do that, not going to do that. You're going to burden us tremendously. And now we're talking about $40, so 8 times that. And that is seen as okay, or we can get there, or we can do it. Mayor, I've got the floor. No.
Point of order, do the rules only apply when they're to people that we want them to apply to?
Can I just,
do they apply to everybody?
We've let everybody else speak. Staff's even spoke. I'd like
Let me run this meeting. Let me run the dais. Is that understood? I was calling them down. We don't need a dialogue here. Let us run our meeting. Okay? And I'm going to address your comment when you're finished.
Okay, so may I continue?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to where we were. So we don't want to do $5 a month. We don't want to do $60 a year. When we started this discussion in November, December of 19, some of the members on this council weren't even on this thing. It was before a lot of us got here. The issue probably goes back to 19 and earlier in 18 with how you got off on the days and you missed them. But the reality of the situation is we have moved in a different economy. We're in a different place. We're literally possibly on the precipice of more major war actions. The price of oil is north of 115. It's just an unsustainable place to where we are. It's very, very different. The facts on the ground, when you look at the Wall Street Journal, we're at 8% inflation today. I bet you, because we add those trailing 12 months, I bet you by the end of this year, we'll be at 10% plus inflation. I think that's a fairly realistic. It's been moving up 1 or 2 bips every single month. And so we have to look at the facts on the ground. What was the information that we had? And then also acknowledge we're in a very imperfect situation with an imperfect answer. If we forgive, then certain people are going to say, well, this person paid or didn't pay. If we don't forgive, we stick everybody with the bill for something that we can't even acknowledge. The committee will tell us, the staff will tell us, we can't even tell you what the number is. I mean, that is as imperfect an answer as we're going to get. It's garbage in, garbage out. We don't even know all the variables, and we're going to give you a variable-driven answer, and we're not even sure if they're constants. They're variables. And so it's really, really hard if we go and give you the one-time bill, say with complete accuracy we believe in it. If we forgive you, it's unfair. Guess what? In the folks of Brazoria County, we pay 1/3 of the taxes of the county, and do we get 1/3 of the services on infrastructure and roads? No. It's an imperfect answer, but it's where we are today. And so we have to evaluate this. This proposal, in my mind, is imperfect, but to me, as the one member who has one vote here, it is better than 3230, either running it out, where some people would say, well, we don't know what you're paying, and you're paying an extra base charge, and we don't know that you're paying what you should pay. Or if you send the bill to mom and dad who are dealing with all the conditions on the ground where gas is very expensive, and now $40 might be only half your tank, where it may have been your whole tank. That is imperfect too. If we've got the money and it's legal, what I would tell the body, what I would tell the citizens, we're going to find something to do with that $5 million. We're going to find an emergency that needs to be spent with this $5 million. I promise you, as the sun will rise tomorrow, that will happen. At least with this amount of money, if it's $2.5 million, Mayor, that we're saying here, at least we know it makes something right. It might bite a sliver of credibility and goodwill to what Mr. Davis said in his comments. It might bite a sliver of goodwill as we roll into AMI and we roll into the next year. Either one of these solutions is going to engender some level of imperfection, but we need to start going to a place to resolve this. We had literally 2 opportunities to go and get rid of 3230, and we couldn't get 2 members that have a vote in this council to move it. I mean, that's just math. It's just raw math. And so I don't like this better, but a lot better than sending everybody. It's better than sending everybody a bill one time for an amount that we don't even know for sure. At least you could say the city spent the money that we've already paid, because it's all city money, whether it's city water money or city property tax money. It's all citizens' money, and it's being used to address something that is deficient. So,
Member Owens. Member Owens.
So, yeah, I'll be in favor of this item if we end up voting on it.
You know, this has been going on for so long. It's pitiful, pathetic that it has been. But I'd really like for the people out there to understand that this mayor and this council did not find out anything about it until the citizens found out about it, and then the staff brought us in to let us know. So all the time that we took all the browbeating up here for a month or so, nothing was ever said, but we had nothing to do with it in there. But now it's laid in our lap, and we got to resolve it. This 7 people and the mayor has to resolve this problem one way or the other, and then the rest of it has to be suffer the consequences, the way that I see it, you know, and that's inside the city to do that. This is. I mean, it's just going along for so long, but it's in our lap now. Whatever we come up with is we have to make that decision as the council sitting here, and the mayor has to make that decision on how we resolve this issue that we've had. I've never seen in my 17 years so far so much upheaval in the city that is going on, the denial by the residents that live here, and it's just getting way out of hand. But now, Mayor, it's ours. You know, the council and you, and it's for us to make that decision, regardless of what the consequences are. It has to be made.
Thank you, Member Owens. I want to respond to some things now. First, I just want to ask Darren if we could confirm what was being proposed at our, I believe it was our March 28th meeting. There was some kind of discussion about what's being proposed today and whether that's, you know, why aren't we addressing certain things? I just wanted to confirm my understanding. I pulled up the agenda. It was about the cessation of the 3230 plan.
Yeah, the agenda item is basically posted to forgive outstanding utility billing arrears.
I apologize. I'm saying for the February 28th meeting, what was being proposed?
Well, since I put it on the agenda,
Oh,
it was
sure.
it was the staff's proposal to end the 3230.
I guess my point there was there wasn't all this, there wasn't these changes being made to metering and all these other things that are now not being addressed. This is addressing the same scope in a different way, is all I wanted to get at there. I also just wanted to say, just fundamentally, and for people to understand at home, this proposal is not happening in a vacuum. This didn't just happen. Like this is happening after, as has been discussed, this having come up in November, this having come up, I guess, again in January, and then again in February, of it being brought up multiple times. It's also coming up in a context of there just being rampant accusations on the internet of fraud and mismanagement and corruption, some by very prominent people, very irresponsibly, that are stoking these fires of mistrust for the city. And so when we talk about solving the two issues, one is the excess arrearage, but the other is the mistrust. The mistrust is not a static thing. There's been a change there as well, and an increase there that at some point demands a response, because fundamentally, I think that if people think that they're living under some kind of fraudulent regime, that should be addressed. And increasingly, that's been the narrative that has been put out there. And so this isn't just happening in a vacuum of this just happened. I mean, this is the result of choices that have been made. I'm hearing two things also. One, that this was the preferred solution, that this was a good solution to go with, and just this, we weren't told that it was possible, and then that it's simultaneously just laughably bad. And I guess what I would just come back to is it is inconceivable to me that we would consider sending out a bill to people while simultaneously saying, we don't know if that bill's right. And multiple people said tonight from up here on the dais and outside of the dais made reference to not being sure what the actual arrearage is. So again, the idea of sending that out to me is the crazy thing. And then finally, I think we've kind of touched on this, but the proposal that is being made, and I think this was made explicitly and was then said, if the staff wants to give other suggestions that they feel, then they can feel free to do so. But this is being proposed to come out of the $5.6 million unallocated fund balance. Member Owens has been the loudest guy up here for the whole time saying, I think his phrase is a charge off, but this is not, no one is proposing raising property taxes or water rates to cover this. Not being naive, I try to be a realistic person and not try to just simplify things. So, I mean, of course that is going to introduce trade-offs. There are, I mean, respectfully disagreeing with Member Kamkar, I mean, yeah, we have things presented to us all the time of investments we could make that the staff has teed up. So there's certainly going to be trade-offs. That's not in dispute, but we're not going to default. That is in dispute. We're not talking about raising the water rates or or taxes to cover this. We have $5.6 million in unallocated fund balance. So obviously there are fundamental differences of opinion that we cannot talk through. I think everyone needs to be heard, and that's good. But after we do that, let us vote on this, and we can move forward from there. And I'll be happy to support to support the will of the council. But in light of where we have come from, and in light of the climate that we now face in terms of the mistrust in this council and in this government, I think it is fair to put forward an alternate proposal for how this might be resolved. If the council doesn't want to do that, then that's entirely fine with me. I think it is a fair and reasonable proposal that has drawbacks in the same way that the other proposal that was given, I didn't agree with, that has drawbacks, but I don't think anyone is untoward for suggesting it. So let's make sure everyone's heard. You know, there's some other members who still need to be heard, and let's have a vote.
Thank you. Member Carbone?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So there's been a lot of comments over we can't calculate the number. Through my discussions up here, I understand that from both staff and the committee, that there's trouble calculating on a gross number at any given day. But if council ever gives direction to say bill a true up bill, y'all can calculate that per meter per customer.
100% correct.
So everybody's correct there. So this talk, we don't know what it is. It's an estimate. That's false.
They only know when they put it in.
Right. There's a lot of there's a lot of talking points up here. Oh, we can't even send an invoice because we don't even know we're going to bill them right. Well, then that's false. If we do go to the general fund of allocated, unallocated, whatever, what's the other lever to increase the general fund come budget time? It's not a trick question. It's the tax rate. So does it technically raise it today? No, but it does. And I mean, the social media around allegations of fraud and corruption, that's been going on for over a year. I don't know why we're waking up right now and going there. I don't know. I struggle with this. We've seen this over and over and over, and we're talking about restoring public trust, and it's another shit show up here again tonight at whatever time it is. It's ridiculous. And as I thought we had a unanimous kind of consent to move forward back in November. Staff spent I don't know how many hours and therefore dollars of staff time. And then it comes back in January, we don't do a damn thing. It's so frustrating. And we're here again under the guise of restoring public trust. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Not that I have the votes, but let's bill everybody a true up bill. That's what we've heard the committee say. It's what we've heard other citizens say. If somebody can't pay the $47, we'll bill them an extra $1 a month. I mean, we've talked through that about payment plans. Like I don't understand why now, and why we're doing this again. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, just quickly, I I agree with Councilman Carbone. I'm so sick of this issue. I'm tired of talking about it. Let's let the 3230 run its course. People have used the water. They're agreeing to pay for it. Again, I don't know why we're still talking about this.
So
I'm not for it.
thank you. For, I guess, Nancy and Amy, real quick, because if I understand, and I want to make sure that I capture what we're asking for to vote on, because we're not voting on ending it tonight. We've got to have some information, correct? That information is going to come back in about a month, April the 28th, correct? And I guess my question is that we don't just snap our finger and here it is. There's a process to go through 4 cycles to end this. There's a process to figure out what these bills, and because there's ultimately, while we don't know, and we're going to send a bill and we don't know what that bill is to the residents, we don't exactly know what that bill is for us to use unallocated fund balance towards. It works both ways. We don't know what that number is. We're estimating it right now to be 2.5. It might be 3. Probably an important number to know before we finalize a vote, which I hear would come back the 28th and we would finalize. I'm assuming we would finalize a vote, but even then, my question is, if on the 28th we say, okay, we're going to do this, how long would it take to go through the cycles and end it? Because if I understood from January, it's 3 months. So if that's in April, that's July at best case before we really know what those numbers are. And at that point, we're in the absolute highest consumption months in our city. So help me understand what that process would be from the 28th and beyond.
That process would be that we would have to put a line in the sand and go from that point to see what to bill out the rest of the, bill out and true up all the accounts and see what, just like you were speaking of, Mayor. That is what that process would take. So it would be something that I would have to plan out, look at like I've done before, but it's to true up all the accounts in order to do that.
Okay.
Mayor, could I ask, could I suggest, based on some other conversations, that what's been presented and what would really be necessary tonight would be an action vote to proceed with planning on a forgiveness plan. I mean, I haven't heard that there's 4 for that, but that's what was put there. And otherwise, we're going back to what Member Carbone said, frankly, we're just going to do a bunch of work and there's no guarantees. There's never any guarantees. But
I'm 100%. I 100% agree with Member Carbone. I 100% agree with the city manager.
See, you agree more than you think. So,
yeah, and we already have the motion the second.
Yeah, I was just saying. The difficulty we have, and I think what's leading to mistrust is, frankly, we just won't stop talking about it. We won't shut up and let the process play through. I am equally frustrated as with Member Carbone. We have these conversations. We start pulling out shit that's happened in Ukraine as reasons why we can't pull out a water bill. None of it's relevant. What we need to do right now, we've said numerous times, we accept the will of council. Will of council has spoken repeatedly. I think I will speak for Member Carbone to his chagrin that we will stick with the 3230 plan. He has never brought this up. He has been the one advocating against what I have advocated for, is to allow them. We've been on opposite ends of it. Once we voted upon it, we let it go. And that's what we should do tonight. I think we should have a vote as to whether we are going to move forward and allow 3230 to proceed or try and do a forgiveness plan, and that should be it. We let 3230 go, and the only thing we're talking about is shoring up our system to make sure that this never happens again, and stop pushing staff to wasting their time for us to scratch itches and satisfy curiosities. It's a waste of everybody's time, and I'm sorry. I respect all of y'all greatly, but as Member Little said, I am sick of talking about this over and over and over again. Let's allow the voice of council, which has been repeated at least 3 times, to play out and be done with it. So, Mayor, I would rely on you to hopefully with the action that's on, it's in front of us right now, to get us to a point where we can say, do we want to move forward with the forgiveness plan? Yes or no? If we say no, if we do not have 4 votes to say we're going to move forward with the forgiveness plan, we stick with 3230, and that is the end of this conversation for infinitum, is my hope.
It's a good hope. So with that, everybody's had their piece. Thank you all for indulging us as well. What's on the table is the consideration and possible action to forgive outstanding utility billing arrears in excess of 15 days, not to exceed, and to direct staff to establish and publicize a billing resolution fast track form online. That is the motion and the second that's already on the table. So I think we need to address that. And if we need to vote on, we do need to vote on this. And Clay, does that give you the direction? It's a direction to forgive. And if I understand the AR correctly, okay, it would be directing staff to put the necessary pieces of the puzzle together and come back on April the 28th with a more definitive look as to that plan. Is that correct?
To figure out a forgiveness plan that would cost about $2.5 million is what the numbers are.
According to today, and hopefully in a month, we'll maybe even know more about what that number would be.
But otherwise, if there's not 4 interested in doing that, there's no point in us spending another month figuring that out.
Agree.
Correct.
Mayor, if I could answer. Yeah. I don't think that the billing resolution fast track is exclusive to that, so I don't know if you want to divide that up. I think we're working on that, but if you vote no on this, I just hate to say that we aren't going to develop that fast track. That's.
First off, do y'all want to handle them in 2 separate issues or as one?
Just keep it together.
Keep it together.
For all the brain damage that we're all at.
But I don't think there's any disagreement on coming up with some kind of a fast track form. I think that's.
I still want somebody to use that as an excuse for voting.
Right. I got you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. And what we're doing is giving staff direction to come up with a forgiveness plan. That plan would then come back. No, Woody, we're not going to talk anymore.
I just don't want it to come out of the general fund. It has to come out of the enterprise fund.
Okay. Well, hang on. And everybody's had their say, and so now they get their vote. And with the forgiveness plan, staff will then come back with that forgiveness plan on April the 28th. All right? Clear as absolute mud. So, but I appreciate the opportunity. Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? No. Member Perez?
No.
Member Owens? Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Kamkar?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
All right. We are now moving forward in our agenda, executive session under Texas Government Code. Turn the page. Section 551. We will be discussing Section 551.071, consultation with the city attorney regarding deliberations on pending litigation, and Section 551.074, personnel matters. We're recessed at 10:38. Returning from exec session at 11:07, we will move to new business item number 11, which we will, do we take an action on that? No action on that. Moving to new business item number 12, we'll entertain a motion regarding city boards and commissions.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to appoint Angela McCatherine to P&Z position 5.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
With that, we'll move to the last item, adjournment at 11:07. Good night.
Good morning.